May we all rise. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you, honorables, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here today in the event of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Regional Center
Recording
for
in
Quality
progress.
Improvement of Teachers and Education Personnel in Language, or Simeo Kitab in Language, Dr. Brian Aryaska Pranata. The Honorable Deputy Director of Administration of Simeo Kitab in Language, Dr. Misbah Fikrianto. The Honorable Deputy Director of Program of Simeo Kitab in Language, Mr. Suhendri PhD. The Honorable Rector of the University of Mataram, as represented by Vice Rector of Planning, Collaboration, and Information System, Professor Akmaluddin PhD. The Distinguished Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Mataram, Dr. Andes Lalu Zulkifli, PhD. The distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Kevin Chung Kian Hua, Professor Levi Gary Edamar, Professor Andy Gao, Associate Professor Chila Wenninger, Professor Emi Emilia, Dr. Ngoyenti Maihu, Associate Professor Nulan Mackenzie, Ms. Novi Tridarmayanti, Ms. Nurasti Novitasari, the distinguished invited speakers, Dr. Daryl Ocampo, Professor Kamaluddin, Dr. Frank Senyo Ologlo, as well as all eminent speakers and distinguished presenters and participants who are joining us online and offline. A very good morning to you all, and welcome to Aruna Grand Ballroom in Sengigil, Lombok, Indonesia. We are very honored and happy to have you all here today on Wednesday, the 2nd of October 2024, for the opening ceremony and the first day of the 6th International Conference on Education and Social Science, ICESS, and the 15th Annual International Symposium of Foreign Language Learning, ISOFOLL 2024.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th ICESS, in collaboration with the 15th ISOFOLL 2024, is a joint academic event that brings together scholars, educators, researchers, and practitioners from diverse fields. This event is hosted by none other than the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Mataram in collaboration with Simeo Kitab in Language. This year's theme is Teaching Literacy and Practices in Diverse Contexts, Empowering Creativity, Innovation, and Entrepreneurial Skills for Learners and Educators for Sustainable Development. Now, this event offers us the opportunity to listen to a number of distinguished, great speakers from many different countries, some of which are Hong Kong, Norway, Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Germany for the next 2 days.
Honorable, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed any further, please do allow us to review very briefly our agendas for today. First, we're going to have the singing of Indonesia Raya, Simeo Colors, and Mars, Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, the University of Mataram, traditional dance performance, speech segments, official opening of the conference, prayers, MOA and IA signing ceremony, provisions of the token of appreciation, photo session, and finally, the first, second, and third plenary session. And now, without further ado, to start the opening ceremony and the first day of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024, let us all rise and join the singing of the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, Simeo Colors, and Mars, the teachers training, the Faculty of Teachers Trainings and Education of the University of Mataram. May we all rise.
Indonesia, mendidik dan mencerdaskan, itulah semboyan kami. Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mataram, mendidik dan mencerdaskan generasi bangsa, berkarya dan berprestasi, berilmu berakhlak mulia. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan kan tetap jaya, kan tetap jaya.
Thank you and kindly be seated. Honorables, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome greetings for you to provide a more Lombok flavor in this international event, we would like to present to you a dance performance from Lombok. This dance is called Tari Bala Anjani, and it depicts the movement of a group of female warriors guarding Dewi Anjani, a princess from the Sasak tribe, as they prepare to go to war. Following this dance performance is one of the most vibrant and powerful traditional performance from the island of Lombok, Indonesia, the Gendang Bele. Therefore, without further ado, please help me welcome Dewi Anjani Dance and Gendang Bele Ensemble. Ladies and gentlemen, this captivating art form, Gendang Bele, with its large drums and energetic rhythms, was historically performed to honor warriors returning from battle, symbolizing strength, unity, and celebration. Today, it continues to represent the rich cultural heritage of the Sasak people, bringing to life the spirit of joy and festivity.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed this morning with our next agenda for today. That is the speech segment. And the first speaker for this speech segment will be the chairperson of the organizing committee of the 6th ICESS 2024, Dr. Dewi Satria Elmiana MPD, who will deliver a brief report of today's event. So, without further ado, please help me welcome Dr. Dewi with a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Respected Vice Rector of University of Mataram, Vice Rector of Planning, Collaboration and Information System, Professor Akmaluddin PhD, respected Director of Simeo Kitab in Language, Dr. Brian Ariska Pranata, respected Simeo Secretariat, Datuk Dr. Habibah Abdurrahim, and respected Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Andes Lalu Zulkifli MSc PhD, respected Deans and Vice Deans of University of Mataram, respected Head of Institute of Research and Community Service of the University of Mataram, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants of the 6th International Conference on Education of Social Sciences, or ICESS, in collaboration with 5th Annual International Symposium of Foreign Language Learning, ISOFOLL 2024. Good morning and warm welcome to this annual international conference. It is with great pleasure and excitement that we gather here to explore and deliberate the theme for today's conference, which is Teaching Literacy and Practices in Diverse Contexts, Empowering Creativity, Innovation, Entrepreneurial Skills for Learners, Educators for Sustainable Development. In the next 2 days, we will be graced by the insight of more than 150 participants, both online and on-site, from 13 countries: Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, China, India, Indonesia especially, Leo PDR, Malaysia, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Taiwan, Timor-Leste, United States of America, and Vietnam. So we have diverse participants, both on-site and online, for today's conference. In 5 different types of the presentation, we have a plenary session that set the tone for our discussions, invited speakers, presentations, and also we do have parallel sessions for the next days that showcase invaluable expertise to the forefront, as well as we do have the poster presentations that showcase a diverse range of research and engaging workshops that provide hands-on learning experience. On behalf of the committee, I would like to deliver our deep gratitude to the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and University of Mataram, also to the Simeo Kitab in Language, as well as everyone here who contribute to participate in this conference. Thank you, and this is a very brief report because we do have a lot of activities today until evening. So thank you so much. And let's make the most of the next 2 days for this annual conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Dewi, for the report. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to further extend our warm welcome to each and all of you, please be invited to come to the stage to deliver some welcoming remarks. The Director of Semio Kitab and Language, Dr. Brian Arieska Pranata.
It's important for me to check my notes, so I won't miss anyone. The Honorable Rector of the University of Mataram, Professor Bambang Harikusumo, PhD, represented by the Vice Rector of Planning, Collaboration and Information Systems, Professor Ahmaluddin, PhD, the distinguished Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Mataram, Dr. Andes Lalu Zulkifli, MSI, PhD. And then, if you excuse me, Deans and Vice Deans from the various faculties of the University of Mataram, as well as 3 Vice Deans from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Welcome. Right. Of course, distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all of you. So it is my great honor to stand before you today as we gather for the 15th Annual International Symposium on Foreign Language Learning and the 6th International Conference on Education and Social Sciences. On behalf of the Semio Kitab in Language, allow me to extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us, both online and offline. So today marks a special moment where teachers, future teachers, I saw also joining today, lecturers, researchers, and practitioners from various educational institutions around the world come together to share knowledge, insights, and innovations on the issue of literacy. Over the next 2 days, I encourage each of you to engage in meaningful discussions, build networks, and most importantly, remain open to new perspectives. Whether we are addressing language pedagogy, technology integration, or social science research, let us approach each topic with the goal of creating sustainable solutions for the improvement of our educational systems. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few days, we will be celebrating the World Teachers' Day 2024. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the teachers and lecturers in this room who play a pivotal role in shaping the future of education. Your perspective are vital for the educational policy and decision-making process that help shape a better future for our children, for our students across the globe. Once again, thank you. And we do hope that this forum can serve as a platform to support that goal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to make this short. Last but not least, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, both the teams from the University of Mataram, as well as the Semio Kitab in Language, as well as all involved partners for their dedication and hard work in making the forum possible. Your commitment is the driving force behind this event's success. Once again, welcome to the forum, welcome to Lombok, and I look forward to the insightful exchange and collaborations that will unfold in the days ahead. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge applause for Dr. Brian for the welcoming speech this morning. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for our third and last speech, we are honored to have the Rector of the University of Mataram, as represented by the Vice Rector of Planning, Collaboration and Information System, Professor Akmaluddin, PhD, to deliver his opening speech. Without further ado, please help me welcome Professor Akmaluddin to the stage with a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah ba'du. Honorable Director Simio Kitab in Language Dr. Brian Ariska Pranata, Honorable Director of Simur Secretariat Datuk Dr. Habibah Abdul Rahim, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Randus Lalu Zulkifli, PhD, our respected Deans and Vice Deans of the University of Mataram, respected Head of Study Program at the University of Mataram, respected Head of the Language Center, respected Head of International Affairs, Chairperson of the 6th ICESS and 15 ISOFOLL 2024, and our distinguished keynote speakers, guests. I mention here Associate Professor Nuala Mackenzie from School of Education, Charlestown University, Australia, Profesor Emi Emilia from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, UPI, Dr. Darrell Ocampo, Central Bicol, State University of Agriculture, the Philippines, Professor Andy Gau from University of New South Wales, Australia, Professor Chung Kevin Kin Ho, the Education, University of Hong Kong, Dr. Nguyen Tai Mi Hu, National Foreign Language Project, Ministry of Education and Training, Vietnam. Associate Professor Cecilia Wininger and Novitri Dharmayanti Nusari Novitasari from Goethe Institute, Indonesia, Jakarta. Esteemed participants and valued colleagues, good morning and warm welcome to all of you. First of all, let's thank God Almighty who has given His blessing and mercy so you can gather here in good peace, good condition, and without any obstacles. And may peace and blessing always be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who has passed down the Quran as the guidance for human being living in this earth. May Allah guide us the right path to follow His messenger's guidance and receive His intercession on the day of judgment. Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Secondly, on behalf of Rector, University of Mataram, it is my great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 6th International Conference on Education and Social Sciences, ICESS, held in collaboration with the 15th Annual International Symposium of Foreign Language Learning, ISOFOLL 2024. This conference, held in partnership with ISOFOLL, brings together a diverse group of distinguished scholars and practitioners from across Southeast Asia and beyond. It exemplifies our collective dedication to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and providing a platform for meaningful dialogue and collaborations. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to the academic community and pursuit of excellence. At the University of Mataram, we are striving to become a globally competitive, research-driven institution by 2025. Hosting this esteemed conference is a significant step toward achieving that vision. This is not just an event, it is an essential part of our ongoing mission to elevate our university's role on the global stage, particularly the field of education and social sciences, through collaboration and leadership. The theme of this year's conference, Teaching Literacy and Practice in Diverse Contexts, Empowering Creativity, Innovation and Entrepreneurial Skills for Learners and Educators for Sustainable Development, is especially relevant in today's rapidly evolving world. As educators, researchers, and leaders, we are entrusted with the responsibility and privilege of shaping the future of education and social sciences to meet the challenges of our time and to contribute to sustainable solutions for generations to come. As we gather here at the beautiful Aruna Hotel Senggigi, Lombok, I encourage all of you to take full advantage of the opportunities this conference provides. Engage in thought-provoking discussion, share your insight, and collaborate with your peers. Your participation in the 6th ICESS and 15th ISOFOLL 2024 directly contributes to the University of Mataram's vision of becoming a hub of knowledge exchange and innovation. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in making this event a reality. Your efforts have positioned our university as a leading platform for international collaboration and academic discourse. To all the participants, I hope that during this conference, you will gain valuable knowledge, establishing lasting connections, and contribute to groundbreaking research and partnership. Thank you once again for joining us at the 6th ICSS and 15th ISOFOLL 2024. Let us proceed with enthusiasm, dedication, and a shared commitment to academic excellence. Finally, by reciting Al-Basmalah Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare hereby the 15th Annual International Symposium of Foreign Language Learning ISOFOLL and the 6th International Conference on Education and Social Sciences ICESS 2024 officially open. Thank you and have a wonderful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Akmaluddin, for the warm opening speech. However, please do remain on stage, Professor, because now we would like to proceed with the official opening of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL. Now, the official opening of this event will be marked by the sounding of the gong. Now, we would like to request the honor from Professor Akmaluddin to sound the gong 3 times. However, we would like to invite the representatives of the organizing committee of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL to accompany Professor Akmaluddin to sound the gong. Please be invited to come to the stage the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Andes Lalu Zulkifli, PhD, as well as the Director of the Simeo Kitab in Language, Dr. Brian Arieska Pranata. Can we have the stick delivered to Professor Akmaluddin, please? All right, are we ready, Bapak? Okay, sounding the gong in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the official opening of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. Thank you very much, Honorables, Professor Akmaluddin, Dr. Brian, and as well as Dr. Lalu Zulkifli. You may now return to your seats.
Distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda for this opening ceremony, Let us pray together to the God Almighty for the success of this event. And for this session, we would like to invite Dr. Amrullah, MPD, to kindly lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, for the blessing of this opening ceremony of the 6th International Conference on Education and Social Science and the 15th ICESS, let us pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, hoping for His blessing. This conference ran smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to lead the prayer in the Islamic way. For those who are not Muslim, please adapt. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina wa habibina wa safiina wa dhuhrina al-Mustafa maulana Muhammad. Allahumma fir lana dhunubana wa li walidayna warhamhuma kama rabbayana saghira. Wa li jamil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al-ahya'i minhum wal amwat. Innaka samin qaribun mujibud da'wat. Wa ya qadiyal hajat ya rafi'ad darajat ya mu'tiyal mas'ula. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin tibbil qulubi wa dawa'iha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absari yadiyaiha wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam fi kulli lamhatin wa nafsin bi kulli ma'lumillah. Allahumma alimna ma jahilna wa dhakkirna ma nasina wa fahimna ma la nafham wa zidna ilman wa hikna bis salihin. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batilan warzuqna ijtinabah. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana ighfir lana wa li ikhwanina alladhina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'al fi qulubina ghillan lil ladzina amanu rabbana innaka ra'ufur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Bapak Dr. Amrullah MPD for leading the prayers this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda, we are going to witness the signing of a memorandum of agreement and the implementation of agreement between the Semio Kitab in Language and the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Mataram. And for our first agenda, the signing of a memorandum of agreement, please be invited to come forward to the signing table. First, Vice Rector of Planning, Collaboration and Information System, Professor Akmaluddin. Director of Semio Kitab in Language, Dr. Brian Aryaska Pranata. Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Lalu Zulkifli. And the Deputy Director of Administrations of Semio Kitab in Language, Dr. Misbah Fikrianto. May we have a huge applause for our signatories. Thank you very much. And the next is the provision of the token of appreciation. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Next is the provision of the token of appreciation from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education as represented by the Dean to Simeo Kitab in Language as represented by the Deputy Director of Administration. Now we have another tremendous applause from everyone.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally moving forward to the signing of the implementation arrangement. For this agenda, we would like Prof. Akmaluddin, Dr. Zulkifli, Dr. Brian, and Dr. Misbah to stay here. And we would like to invite the head of the English Education Study Program, Dr. Arafik, as well as the head of the Indonesian Education Study Program, Dr. Saharuddin, to sign the implementation arrangement with Dr. Misbah. Once again, can we have a huge round of applause for the signing of the implementation arrangement between Simeo Kitab in Language and University of Mataram. Thank you very much, Dr. Arafik and Dr. Saharuddin. You may now return to your seat. As for Professor Akmal, Dr. Zulkifli, Dr. Brian, and Dr. Misbah, we would like to request you once again to stay in front of us. Please do stay in front of the room and please be invited to come to the podium, for we would like to proceed this event with the next agenda, and that is the provision of the token of appreciation for the keynote speakers of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. Also representing Simeo Kitab in Language, please be invited to join Professor Akmal, Dr. Zulkifli, Dr. Brian, and Dr. Misbah the Deputy Director of Program of Simeo Kitab in Language, Mr. Suhendri, PhD.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we would like to invite and welcome our keynote speakers who have joined us today in this hall to come forward to the stage, and therefore please be invited Professor Kevin Jung Kien Ho, Associate Professor Chila Winninger, Dr. Nguyen Thai Mei Hu, Associate Professor Nula Mackenzie, Ms. Novitri Dharmayanti, and Ms. Nurasti Novitasari.
Now, for the first provision of the token of appreciation, will Professor Akmaluddin please have the honor to deliver the token of appreciation to Professor Kevin Chung Kien Ho. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this token of appreciation takes the form of kain sasambo, a beautifully woven fabric that represents the unity of the three district communities in West Nusa Tenggara, the Sasa, Samawa, and Bojo people. And next, we would like to request Dr. Lalu Zulkifli to grant the token to Associate Professor Chila Wenninger. Now, can we please have the honor from Dr. Brian to deliver the token to Dr. Nguyen Thi Maui Hu. And next is the provision, our apologies. Next is the provision of the token of appreciation for Associate Professor Nula Mackenzie. Dr. Misbah, can you please have the honor to deliver the token, please?
Can we have a huge applause for this wonderful moment, everyone? Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to request Mr. Suhendri to deliver the token to Ms. Novi Tridarmayanti. All right, thank you very much, representatives and speakers. Now, if you please stay on stage to take a group picture, the first group picture of the day. Our apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that we are missing one more keynote speakers. For this one, can we please have the honor from Dr. Brian to deliver the token to Ms. Nurasti Novitasari.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return to your seat as we would like to proceed with the next photo session with the whole speakers and participants of the 6th ICESS and 15 ISOFOL 2024. May the photographer please help us to take the picture for the whole room. And everyone, please show your widest smile on the camera. And okay. And as a request, please everyone stand up. Thank you. And I will be in charge, and I will do a countdown from 3, 2, 1, smile. Once again, with a wider smile, 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, can we please have a huge round of applause for the opening ceremony of the 6th ICESS and the 15th of ISOFOL 2024.
All right, distinguished honorables, speakers, presenters, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we have finally gone through all of our opening ceremony agendas, we are now commencing to our main program, and that is our first plenary session with 3 of our eminent keynote speakers. However, before we may proceed, as scheduled, we are going to have our short break to take our coffee and snack. This break will last for 10 minutes, in which you are very much welcome to step away from your seat and perhaps from your monitor if you are joining us here online, and enjoy the delicacy provided. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your well-deserved break, and we will see you in 10 minutes time in this room. Thank you, and have a nice break.
And to all committees of ICESS and ISOFOL, please stay in the room. We're going to take a group picture together on stage. Thank you.
the 6th ICESS as well as the 15th ISOFOL 2024. As scheduled, our 10-minute break has finished, and therefore we would like to request all participants as well as presenters to re-enter the venue, for we would like to proceed with our first plenary session of the day. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside, perhaps grabbing some delicacy, we would like to invite you to enter the venue once more. Please be invited to take your delicacy as well as coffee and tea inside, for we would like to proceed with the first plenary session of the day. Thank you. Peserta dan juga presenter dari the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOL 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our apologies, since we are now 5 minutes behind the scheduled time. We would like to request all of you who are still outside once again to re-enter the venue. have finally finished our short break, we are finally ready to commence with our first plenary session for the day, which will then be followed by question and answer sessions. For this session, we are going to listen to our first three keynote speakers. The first one will be Professor Chung Kevin Kien Hua from the Education University of Hong Kong, Hong Kong. The second one will be Associate Professor Noella Mackenzie from School of Education, Charles III University, Australia. And the third one will be Professor Emilia from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Indonesia. And to moderate this session, please be invited to the stage our outstanding moderator, Mr. Ahmad Junaidi, PhD. Alongside with our moderator, please also be invited to the stage Professor Chung Kevin Kien Hua, as well as Associate Professor Noella Mackenzie. Mr. Ahmad Junaidi, the floor is yours.
I would like to start with a pantun. So, when in a pantun you say cakep, now you say handsome. All right. Going for a walk far and far away. Going on a holiday to Lombok Island. With a big smile we come here today. I hope you will have a wonderful conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For those who don't know the greeting, that's the greeting of peace, we say, in our religion, and it becomes a tradition. So the greeting of peace to you, the greetings of love. Learning about language is not only learning about the structure, it's learning about how to use the language, learning about the world through the language, and more importantly, learning about how to change the world through the language. And this is what our speakers will do today. They will lead us to think about how to change the world. So are we ready to listen to the wonderful presentations of our three presenters today? Thank you. Okay, so let me look at my notes a little bit. My name is Ahmad Junaidi, and I am a proud lecturer at the English Education Department at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. And I graduated from Monash University just 2 years ago. And now I'm honored to be the moderator for this session. At the 15th Annual International Symposium on Foreign Language Learning in cooperation with the 6th International Conference on Education and Social Science. First, we will hear from Professor Chung Kevin Kien Hua, or can I call you Professor Kevin? Zashangha. Yeah. He will share his research on promoting second language English reading among junior primary school students, research and practices. I'd like to introduce you about how accomplished of a man he is in academia. Professor Chung is recognized among the top 2% of scientists. I can't begin to mention the awards that he has received, but I would like to mention one. He's got the President's Award for Outstanding Performance in Research from EDU HK, and the President's Award for Outstanding Performance in Knowledge Transfer. So another big applause for the professor. Next, we have Professor Noella Mackenzie. Welcome to Indonesia. and who will present the transition and continuity in literacy learning to write. It's so exciting because she will be talking about how the symbol play, like drawing, can lead to how to learn children how to learn to write. And she is a senior fellow with the Australian Literacy Educators Association. Her research focuses on the development of writing, particularly how children transition from drawing to writing, and how multimodal text creation plays a role in literacy learning, something that we need badly. Here in Lombok, it is so common to see fourth grader who still have problems reading. So that's going to be a big homework for us. She's a traveled speaker. She's been traveling to speak in Canada, Finland, US, Scotland, and New Zealand. And her book, guess this, probably you have read this one, Research Dilemmas, Paradigms, Methods, and Methodologies. I think it's been cited 5,000 more on Google Scholar. So it's very widely cited, and her work has been acknowledged by the Australian government in today's literacy struggle of Australia. And finally, we will have our national hero, national treasure. Do we have Professor Amy Amelia online? Oh, she's such a national treasure. This Professor Amy Amelia is the name that we always read in our undergraduate. Okay, so yes, I will just introduce. It's so exciting to finally be able to introduce her. Professor Amy Amelia is a well-known figure in TEFL community here in Indonesia, and she will discuss literacy practice in different contexts from home to school. Professor Amelia is a professor of English language and literacy education at the Indonesian University of Education, we call that UPI, with a PhD from University of Melbourne. Her research covers critical literacy, critical thinking, and as we know it, genre-based pedagogy and systemic functional linguistics. Her work has taken her to the position of head of the Center for Language Strategy and Diplomacy Development in the Ministry of Education and Culture from 2015 to 2020. So big applause for Professor Amy Amelia. Please allow me to make a connection on the three speakers. Professor Noella Mackenzie, Professor Amy Amelia, and Professor Chung Kevin share a common focus in the role of literacy and language in shaping educational experience across diverse contexts. So if we can make the connection of the three, this will be a very valuable input for everybody working and thinking on the need to really achieve the SDG number 4. Our theme for the conference has always been connected to the world's goal of connecting to the Sustainable Development Goals, especially with the SDG number 4. I will do my best to moderate this one. Do you know our problems with talking to smart people? We have too many findings, but too little time. It's always like that. So I will try. You will have 25 minutes. You will have 25 minutes, and I will time keep you. You have that big timekeeper over there. Please respect the screen. And without further ado, I welcome for the first one, I would say Professor Chung Kevin. Big applause for our professor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. If you don't mind, I'd just like to walk around on the stage. So I'd like to talk to you in person, and as you know that I'm also a classroom teacher before, so I love to be closely interact with you, so I like to walk around and share my talk, my thinking. All right, so could I have my PowerPoint up, please? Before they start the PowerPoint, so I was trained as a secondary school teachers. Same thing in Australia, but not from Monash. I'm from New South Wales. So, and also a psychologist. So, this is a little bit about me. So, before I start being a teacher at the university, so I'm actually a classroom teacher for a number of years. So, and also tell you a bit of story about a boy went to Australia and to learn English and then learn Chinese. So learning a new languages or 2 languages, are extremely difficult. So I think this is a good chance for me to share with you my experience. That's me, that's Kevin. So I think this is the right time for me to share a little bit about myself and why I'm particularly interested on this topic here. Right, so, okay, I might need a bit of help in here. Can I just checking, is that? Right, so today the talk have 2 topics. I'm not going to tell you a bit more about the teaching strategy, a bit more detail, but I'm going to quickly touch on the curriculum we developed for children, if you like, for students, particularly who have reading difficulties. And I think just want to more information after that. The program now are using in school. So the program, the curriculum are now being used in almost 30 schools right now for the first 3 years. So they are integrated into the whole school learning as well, right? So the Smarty is just one of the strategy we developed from my team. Right, when I get started, so we always have theory, but I'm not going to talk about theory here. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a psychologist. So the ideas or the language I use pretty much focus on psycholinguistics. So maybe my colleagues, they will share with you a bit more about the different concepts. So if you look at the left-hand side of the circle, that will be the big 5 from the United States. You know, when you're learning first language in English, you need to acquire those big 5 circle, right? But for second language learners, based on our research, we think we need more than 5. So that is the right-hand side. So we structure in a way from letter level, word level, sentence level, text level, from a second language learner. Particularly, we focus on more on junior primary school students. So we have more. So we have more knowledge and skill. Right, so we pretty much based on 2 framework, if you like, or theory. One is called what we call the lexical quality hypothesis. The other one we also call the direct and indirect effects model of reading, DEAR, from Kim. So this is our framework when we develop this curriculum. But the next questions, and then you said, Kevin, how am I going to translate from all this psycholinguistic skill or knowledge into teaching practice or into teaching approach, right? Because indeed, you can't go to tell teachers, look, oh, all these concepts are beautiful, but the teacher would ask, can you tell me how I'm going to put this in my lessons or in my curriculum? So this is the next step. I'm going to tell you about how translate from concept knowledge into teaching practice. Right, so I assume many of us here are teachers, right? So we do have something unit overview, unit plan and lesson plan. I remember I learned all this when I was back in students. Basically like bread and butter. Okay, so for me, so I guess you probably know all this before you go into the room to teach a lesson. So from the concept, the idea is we need to illustrate, we need to infuse into our lessons and also part of the big curriculum of the school. Okay, so it's a big challenge for me because we want to do something that we don't want to burden the school to do extra work. So our strategy is, our philosophy is we want to develop a curriculum skill base that can incorporate more into the national curriculum in Hong Kong. So that is the ideas. So at this moment in Hong Kong, when they learn English education or language, pretty much on more on whole language approach, theme-based. But what we believe, we need to also to include things like we call skill-based for student learning English as a second language. That's my philosophy. So that's the idea. The next, just to give you some example here, the PowerPoint will be sent to you later, I think the committee. So I just want to show you how from the concept into a lesson, a unit plan. So 3 things we always in our plan: skill, knowledge, and attitude. Attitude will be hard, will take time for teachers to change. But knowledge and skills is very easy for teachers to do because our work has been proven from research, evidence-based. So the school teachers and the policymaker can see the changes when they look in our program. We actually did a beginning. We actually tried out a number of schools. We went for a research study and we showed effective on this program. And then we convinced the school to use our curriculum. So that is the idea. Right, the next step, then you see, Kevin, what about detail about this primary 2 and 3? This theme here, remember earlier I mentioned to you, our program, the whole aim, the mission is want to integrate into the government curriculum. So those themes on the left-hand side is actually from the curriculum, from the Hong Kong government guideline. So from on the right-hand side, can you see my right-hand side there? That are the construct of the knowledge, a psycholinguistic skill. So that I want to be encoded into the curriculum. So that's the whole idea. So we try to put in those into our curriculum. Okay. So the next step, we're going to more detail about the lesson plan. So this is all, I guess, we always do, as particularly classroom teachers, right? Because we need to deliver our lessons based on our lesson plan. And then I'll translate those concepts into a lesson plan. So each lesson, we always have recap and a warming up task. And then introduction, practice, and review and summary. Right. Again, in our lesson plan, we have focus. We have the aim, the learning outcome. What do the students learn within 60 minutes or 45 minutes of that lesson? So we structure in this way, and teacher will know what they need to deliver in their classroom. So all this lesson plan was given to the teachers. So they just follow the instruction and they can deliver easily. Okay, now I'm focused about the switching strategy. There are 8 strategies, 8 concepts on my strategy. I call SMARTY. Okay, you can guess where the SMARTY come from because it starts from, for example, multisensory, actions, action on, this sort of example. So there are 8 of those, and repetition and all different switching concepts are based on the theory here. If my colleagues and I guess students here, you probably learn about second language theory. You probably have learned about those green color, those 7 concepts. One thing I haven't done, which I think will be in future, if you look at the theory or hypothesis, I haven't included, it's called social culture theory in my curriculum. That's something limitation. But I try my best to include 7 in all this in the teaching strategies and the curriculum. Is that okay? So recap, so I start with curriculum with psycholinguistic skills and knowledge. From the next step, I need to translate those concepts into classroom. And then I had to develop a new strategies based on hypothesis and theory of second language learners. Okay, so those are the 7 on the right-hand side. Okay, so give you an example. For vocabulary knowledge, we use a lot of web. Okay, so we're using a lot of connection, side word, and also looking at things like mapping and different strategy to teach vocabulary knowledge. And also using cards. We're using a lot of toys. They're actually real toys. Apple, they're actually multi-sensory. One of the part, multi-sensory. If you look at the right-hand side of my PowerPoint, that illustrates the strategies. Each strategy, it actually shown that on our material. For example, multi-sensory. So that we're actually giving cards, toys, the student can learn, can feel about particular learning that particular vocabulary. So another multi-sensory, I want to show you the video. So the video here, the teachers want to share, want the student, so read out the word I am. So the student need to choose the right vocabulary to fit into the sentence. There are no sound. Can you turn on the sound? Okay. All right, so you get the example. I think they have fixing up the audio. So that's another game, sport game, which is very common use in school as well. So the idea, what we try to do is in a normal classroom, most of the material, most of the exercise are pretty much whole class learning. For our curriculum, because we focus on skill-based, we want a lot of more child-centeredness activities. So motivation is very important to us. So that's why we have to design all this material ourselves to promote second language learning. Okay, so this is the other one, learning about sound, phonological awareness. So you can see they learn about the letter first, letter to sound, letter knowledge and letter sound. Can I show the video? No audio? So basically the idea is that the teachers get the student to look at the maze. And each time they read, for example, the red and the green, so they call letter, or sometimes they say it's the sound. So this is the letter maze, right? So at the end of this presentation, also got a QR code for you to scan the booklet, which some of this material will be in the booklet. So you can try it out yourself later with your students or yourself for fun. Okay. Right. So the next one, I think we are still on the. Okay, can I move on? Another more about the sound. So we're using the bingo and find games and also looking into find the word. So there are words there. They need to read it and find the matching of the square. And also the right-hand side. So they read the word and they using the color to find the letter and sound as well. So we always believe motivation and practice is important for our children. Okay, can we try this again on the sound blender? Okay, sorry, there are no. Can't do the sound? Okay, so basically they spin the wheel and there are different letter and sound there together. So the child, when they spin to L, so they had to make up the sound of the letter and the word, okay? So the next one, I believe in the PowerPoint, will tell you a bit more about the shape, the orthographic knowledge. basic spelling is one of the challenging for us, particularly for second language learner. So at the beginning, we need to using all this idea about how the bus, can you see the shape there? So the bus on top, you can see those matching square. So will help the students to actually to know where to put the right letter, capital, and others into the shape. So we start from the beginning from that. So we'll be increasing difficulty later on. For ship, so you can see the shape, S and then P. Okay, so this is how we try out on this. Okay, so that's another mapping as well, the letter matching as well. So that is step by step. If you look at our Smarty, so that another exercise kind of reflect on our strategies. Okay, can I get your help? All right, so another one student like is a sandbox. So remember, again, this is more multi-sensory. So we get the student to learn, to encourage them to write on a sandbox. The right-hand side is a Wiki stick, which my students love it because they're very soft. They can make it into leather, and you can get it from the basically on the online shopping. So we got this from Taobao, from China. So the students love it. So they actually can use it and put it into into the paper, and also the sandbox. Can you play the sandbox? That one? Is that any there? Okay. So there are no. Okay, so they're learning about the shape of the word. It's called orthographic knowledge. Okay, and also sandbox as well. So we don't use sand because for different reasons. So we use salt or rice to do that. And they love it too. Okay, this is a written fluency.
One more time. Like this. It's a car, right? I go to school by minibus. You don't step like that, okay? I go to school by minibus. It's a car, right? Come on, try one more time. Try one more time.
So the first time the student got it wrong, the teachers reinforced the reading fluency. Okay, so the idea is on the right-hand side, see the yellow logo there. So the idea is the teachers want to reinforce action on again, and also using multisensory. So the student actually asked to go out and do touch on the screen. So they using the car. I'm not sure whether you see on the video. They actually got a car, real car, just a toy car. So they follow the rhythms. So that is practice on reading fluency. Okay, want to play it again so people can see? Sorry. So the other one is called the sentence comprehension. We also create a storybook, which developed by us. We actually have kind of auditory reading for input in the book. So the teachers actually scan the book from each unit. After the lessons or after the unit, the student can take this self-direct learning home to read themselves. So it provides audio information there. Okay, so the whole book read by our teachers. So the idea here, we're talking about sentence comprehension. So they learn sentence, one by bit, one and short sentence to long sentence. So remember earlier, they learned sound, shape, and the fluency, but now they have to put into a sentence. So this is how from that, so we're going to put in the book. And the next one will be writing. So from the writing, I think there's a video there. Can you show? Is that video there? No? Okay, can you go backward? Okay. Okay, so that's the sentence comprehension. So this is from sentence comprehension, then have to learn how to write. So when they do the writing, at the beginning, we want them to try out to the map using the card to make a sentence first. So we want to encourage them to write. At the beginning, using card into a sentence. Later on, they have to write in a sentence. So again, you can see, based on our Smarty, this is part of what we call the multisensory add-on and also step-by-step in our instruction. After that, they have to do a presentation. So they actually go up in the class and share about what they learn. So at the beginning, we get them to learn to write a manual. You're going for breakfast. So what would you prepare a manual for that? So the idea, remember the second language theory, earlier I mentioned those 7 of those. We want to make sure our material, our learning are related to their daily life. They actually can practice what they learned, not just simple by textbook. I mean, nothing wrong with textbook. We still use a lot of textbook in Hong Kong. Because of our curriculum, we pretty much based on textbook, like Oxford, for example. But we always believe in our team, we want to be more on second language learner perspective from theory and practice. So our work is called like complementary to the school curriculum, but more on knowledge base and more related to the child daily life, and they have more autonomy what they want to do as well. We try our best. So we give this, for example, presentation. We let the student to tell us what they want to present. Okay, so we want student voice also take in consideration in here. So again, they start with the card first. We always believe step by step. So when they make the manual, because we also cater for diversity too, like the topic here, diversity contact. So they start with card, and those more in advance, they can do a sentence by different level difficulties. So from food, breakfast menu, to then they come up and tell us about the menu in a group. Okay, what they tailor for today's breakfast. Okay, so that's our student from primary 2 and 3. So again, on the yellow icon there, so we pretty much focus integrate, tackle. So that's from our Smarty as well. So they learn it, they need to integrate their knowledge into their work. And they have to work out what are those issues, and they need to present their manual. So it's a tackle. Right, so another practice as well. So as I told you, they prepare this menu here. So on the left-hand side, this is what the student present. And can you try the push on the video for me, the colleagues? Okay. Can you play that? Thank you.
I'm hungry. Yes.
So they will create a menu. They come up and share and they read.
Very good. Very good.
So in that, we have a lot of encouragement as well, reward as well. So you can see the different emoji to encourage students to express their feeling as well. That part of the second language theory hypothesis as well, I mentioned earlier in the PowerPoint. Okay. Right, almost done. So after that, because we know second language learner, motivation is very important. So I have some students before they participate in this skill-based curriculum. When they're in the class, because they don't quite understand the instruction given by the teachers, they just sat there and they just no idea what's going on. Particularly for those students with special needs. And teachers always complain because they are not learning, their classroom behavior issues are always, if they sit there for 60 minutes, they know nothing about, they don't understand the instruction, and they feel shy, and there'll be a lot of problem for classroom management issues. So we always believe encouragement is important. So that's a part of Smarty. So we create a lot of, for example, reward system. The passbook is always a good one because every time they learn a particular word or a sentence, reading a certain sentence, they get sticker. We give it the sticker and they put it in the passport as well. The other thing I like to say, because when they reach a certain target, they will get a badges. So they're also by different level and card as well. So you can see the right-hand side, we're using a lot of growth mindset wording to encourage students to learn. So we say, try again, well done. So all these growth mindsets to make the children to continue to learn. So, okay, so this is my last slide. As I mentioned earlier, get your phone out so you can scan the code. The booklet, that's about 44 pages, which particular mention, the construct I mentioned earlier in the PowerPoint, and there are some activities in this booklet. So feel free to download it, you can check it out and you can use it or whatever you like. So I hope that from my presentation, there are something that materials or activity, you can try it out. Okay, so so that's instruction there. There are some activity that you might need to ask your teachers to photocopy it and cut and paste it together for that. All right, so I want to tell you a bit more about in the booklet. You will see something like the objective. They are aimed for the activities, how to carry out those activities. Under this example, this will be learning what? You will be learning about letter and sound. Okay, so this is another example that from the booklet. So you could try that. The other thing I want to tell you, not me, that's the website. We have a lot of free materials from the website. So that will be including materials on learning Chinese and also learning English as well. And also related to family support other as well. So if you free to go up to the website, there's a download area. So there are English, Chinese, and other free material that hopefully will be helpful to you. Okay, so that is my website. Okay, so that basically, thank you very much for that. And thank you for having me here. I hope I'm not chewing up too much time. So Smarty is the way we think are particularly helpful for teaching English as a second language learner. So something that I would like to share with you in the future. I can tell you a bit more about the research finding. But today, I just want to share with you about the teaching practice, where we've been trying out in about almost 45 schools in primary school in Hong Kong. So we're very happy about the project, and we're happy about the finding as well. So thank you very much for the time for me to share with you the Smarty.
Thank you very much, Lao Shi. And I'd like to thank some of the audience. Ma'am, you were very attentive during the presentation. Thank you very much for those who have been very attentive during the presentations. And my students over there, thank you for being so attentive to the presentation. And I hope that will be the examples of the rest of us. And our next presenters, we have Professor Noella McKinsey from Charles Sturt University. Please take the stage, and you can use any room you want. All the space here. Big applause for our professor.
It's on now. Seeing as Kevin decided he could walk around on the floor, I'm going to be doing the same because I'm a teacher too. So just bear with me if we got my slides going up. I'm from Australia, and I started off with an early childhood qualification. So the little ones were my first area of education. And then I moved into primary schools, and I worked in education in schools for 25 years before I completed first my master's in research and then my doctorate. And then I went in to work in teacher education and research. I now am back working in classrooms with teachers and children, and most of my work is focused in that area. So my teachers are my constant source of information, only equalled by the children that are in the rooms that I'm fortunate enough to be in. This particular study that I'm going to talk about today covers a lot of areas, but I'm going to try and focus in the short amount of time that we have on the topics you can see there. I'll briefly touch on literacy. Whoops, I think I will. I've lost it, there it is. Then I'm going to talk about writing and learning to write. That's my big topic for today. I'm going to discuss transitions landscapes. And the big transition landscape I'll be talking about is from sign creation to sign use. And I'm borrowing from Vygotsky there, if I've got any Vygotsky fans in the room. So from sign creation to sign use, that's my big topic. But I'm going to demonstrate that through learning milestones. Some milestones that take children from very young through to just at school. And finally, I'm going to introduce a pedagogical approach that has come from this research. So wish me luck. I'll do my best in 25 minutes. You saw a book there on the top corner. If I can just hold it up, thank you. This has only just come out. It's the second edition of our book called Understanding and Supporting Young Writers from Birth to 8. It's quite unique. I don't think there's another book in the world that talks about where it starts. So if you'd like to come and see me and have a quick flick through that while I've got it here, you're very welcome to. It is available online. You can purchase it, but it's so new, it's a 2025 publication. Okay, so what is literacy? The organisers of this conference put 3 literacy definitions in the information they provided you with. And the first 2 are fairly simple. The third one appealed to me more because I think it demonstrated the complexity of literacy in the way that I understand it. Often in the media, even in policymakers' minds sometimes, there seems to be a direct link between literacy equals reading, and if you're lucky, literacy equals reading and writing. but it's simplified, when in fact it's a very complex process. So the definition I want to draw your attention to here comes from UNESCO, and I particularly like it because it talks about that complexity. And if you look in particular at the second paragraph, it talks about a continuum of learning. Now, I would argue that I'm still on that continuum of learning. I'm sure when you've moved jobs, can I get the glass of water? When you've moved jobs, you've had to learn a whole new form of writing to go with that new job. Would that be fair? Different kinds of reports, different kinds of information that you have to provide to your supervisor, planning, lots of different types of information. I'm not sure people understand that fully out there in the big wide world. They think we send children to school and they learn to be literate and that's it. Anybody who's enrolled in a postgrad has suddenly had to learn how to write research papers. That's a whole new world. I remember thinking, can I do this? And then you would decide you wanted to write another paper for teachers, and you'd have to write that in a whole different language to the way you wrote for the research journal. So we're learning all the time. The other element that I want to draw your attention to comes from a different place, comes from some research from Kennedy and others, and it talks about contemporary theories of literacy. And this is where my research fits. Contemporary theories view literacies as multimodal, complex, culturally embedded human activities which encompass the many codes and symbolic systems humans use for constructing and representing reality and communicating with others. That's a lot more complex than learning to read and write. There are so many layers, so many differences, and in our world today, multimodality has to be there at the top of it. We very rarely have just a written document, and if we do, we receive it on a digital tool. So the process is complex. And so the three pictures you can see down the bottom are children engaging in the processes of literacy in very early ways. A child who can draw a picture is creating a text. It's a drawn text. That's what Vygotsky would call a creation. Then we've got the talking. Talking is not talked about enough in literacy education, but talking, oral communication, is the basis for all of our communication. So oral communication or talk is in the middle, and I've got writing over at the side. You can see early experimentation. You're going to see lots of children and lots of pictures in this presentation. Children's physical transitions start very early. Is there anyone in here with a young child, a little one, about 18 months? You've got a little one here with you, but he's a bit bigger. Anyone got someone who's 18 months old, just learning to talk? No? Early walker? He learned to walk a long time ago. That transition of learning to walk is a huge one. But we don't always think about it as a transition, and yet it is. It's a transition from relying on other people to being able to be very mobile myself. It's an important transition, and lots of people help a child through this transition. There are other daily transitions that we sometimes forget about, and yet our children go through these even before they get to school. So let's think in the evening. There might be a family dinner, followed by some playtime, and then there might be some routines for cleaning our teeth and getting ready for bed. And there might be a transition of a book, a favourite book, might be a lullaby, might be storytelling, but this is a transition at the end of the day. In the morning, it's reversed. So let's think about the child who starts off at home and then transitions to childcare, and then transitions from childcare to preschool. There's 3 different transitions that are very complex, and they all involve different spaces and different people. And all of the people in those spaces impact the child's transition. Starting school, like all transitions, benefits from a helping hand. And I'm going to share a few examples in a moment. But learning to write, I'm going to use the quote, well, I'll start off with Mackenzie and Petresky. Learning to write is critical to becoming literate. It doesn't matter how good you read. If you cannot write well, none of you in this room would be able to do your jobs in the way that you do. We need to write. It's critical. And early performance with writing predicts success in literacy more globally. It's an interesting phenomena. In fact, we can look at Year 9, Grade 9 in Australia, at a writing test and predict how those children are going to do in Year 12 from their writing. Despite that, it's an artificial process. It's not a natural process like learning to speak. It has parameters and rules and all sorts of elements that make it complex and, as it says, artificial. It involves both physical and cognitive processes happening at the same time. I can read just looking at a screen or a book with no physical involvement, but I cannot write unless I'm physically involved. I must be typing or using a pen. So the physical element is there as well as the cognitive element of composing. There's some wonderful work out of the US by a lady called Deborah Brandt. And Deborah Brandt has followed adults into the workforce to see what writing they're required to do. And what she has found is that the writing requirements are greater now than they ever have been before. And locally, I've seen that in people who are employing graduates from high school and graduates from university. Writing is a skill that they value highly. So, back to talking about Vygotsky. He would argue that drawing is evidence of early experimentation with sign creation. So that drawing, and if we go even back to scribble, and I'll look at that in a moment, that's a starting point for learning how to write. So sign creation leads to sign use. Now, sign use is the conventional form of written language that pertains to a particular language, whether that be whatever language it is that you are using. And that's one of the hardest things to learn. I think Kevin would agree with me, learning the rules of the language that's the second language, the grammar, the spelling, the punctuation. Okay, so this transition, there's a lovely example of it there. On the left-hand side is a child at preschool who's just experimenting with the drawing, and he's written his name, which is evidence of a transition from not being able to write to being able to write. That child's name is so powerful. And here's another example that is a little more complex. But I want to tell the story of the drawing on the on the left-hand side in the yellow, to show how powerful drawings can be in terms of a child's text creation. The little boy was 4. He had just watched a David Attenborough documentary on deserts. After it finished, he said to his mum, "I need yellow paper. I need yellow for the desert." And then you can see he's drawn the cactus with considerable detail, even a flower, and he's drawn a lizard. Now that's a 4-year-old telling you what he got from that documentary. And if you then talk to the child about their drawing, you get a verbal composition as well. So it's then becoming a multimodal text. Drawing plus talking equals a multimodal text. Then we add writing and increase the complexity. Oops, I must have bumped that, sorry. Okay, so I said I'd talk about learning landscapes. And I'm going to show you some examples of children's writing. And I'm going to start from the very beginning. And I'm going to go across 9 milestones. We actually have 12 in our list, but I'm only using 9 today. And if you look down the side, there's the 9. Across the top is the approximate age of the children. So the first 3 I'm going to start with, these are the landscapes, sorry. Home, childcare, preschool, and school. All of these landscapes impact a child's literacy development. If we think we can do it all when they get to school, we're wrong. They're only at school for a very short part of the day. But the rest of the day, they're at home, they're at childcare, or they're with other carers. So the first 3 milestones are from a baby through to approximately 3 years of age. Then I'm going to look at the 3 to 5-year-olds, and then we're going to look at 5 to 6-year-olds, quite briefly. The air conditioning makes me thirsty, sorry. Okay, so here are those landscapes for learning. And this is the point that makes the big difference. So if there's a key message, this is one of my key messages for today. What is valued and what is encouraged by more knowledgeable others helps to form children's attitudes towards writing and determine the paths their learning journeys will follow. And they are the attitudes and the values from all of the different people in the environment. And what will happen is children's experiences will vary. And so how they travel through these milestones is determined by opportunity, by access to models, access to tools, encouragement, feedback, and the value placed on artefacts. Okay, here's our first milestone. And the little boy that you can see in there is actually one of my grandchildren. That's the other impact on my research, my writing, my learning at this stage of my life, is having 5 amazing grandchildren and watching their learning. it makes a big difference because you notice they're learning in a way that's different to your own children. I think I was so busy when my children were young, I missed important things that I wish I hadn't. But I catch them now. Now, this first milestone, notice the description. Children begin to notice how others around them are engaging with text creation. And what I mean there is they notice, he's only about 7 months old, but look at how bright-eyed he is. So if he's in a home where he never sees anybody writing, or he never hears anybody talk about writing, he's going to have a very different introduction to writing than the child who is immersed in a household where there's computers, where there's pens, where there's paper, where people are texting, where they're talking about writing. They might be talking about writing a letter or writing an email. He is hearing and he is watching. And believe me, they don't miss a trick. So our second milestone is one that can occur anywhere between the ages of 1 and 2 from our work. The 1-year-old might be in a household where they're very immersed in writing. The one who doesn't achieve this till 2 may not see as much writing or hear about it as much. So they start to engage with mark making if they have the opportunity in this age group. They will do it with real tools if you give them crayons and texters and pens and chalks. If you don't, they'll do it with food, they'll do it with mum's lipstick, they'll do it with anything they can get their hands on. They have a natural desire to make marks. I argue that the early scribble or mark making is like babbling is. So scribble is to drawing and writing what babbling is to speaking. So there's a very common connection there. Notice the landscapes that are up the top. So between the ages of 1 and 3, approximately, children will actually start to intentionally draw. And those with more opportunity will do it with more complexity. Now, the transitions for learning at that stage are home and childcare. So we've got home and childcare at this stage. But childcare can be varied. It might be a proper childcare organisation, or it might be childcare by grandparents or by a friend. The childcare can vary. Now I just wanted to go back to that. One of the things that we've done lovely work all over the world, I think, is in convincing parents that they need to read to their children. I think every parent alive now knows that it's important to read to their child right from the get-go. But we still haven't convinced them that drawing with their children is also powerful. And yet that's one of my messages. Drawing with your child, like you can see the father and son up there, and no, that's not one of mine, that's a PhD student's husband with their beautiful child. Okay, so how am I going for time? 10 minutes to go, thank you. Milestone 4, we're still influenced by home, homes all the way through. Childcare may be a factor, as well as now we're moving into that preschool area. So now we've got different landscapes that are going to be influencing the children. The more consistency across those landscapes in terms of attitudes and values, the better. Okay, so in this case we've got children who are creating drawings that may be meaningful just to them, but may start to look a bit more recognisable. They can become quite complex. But the degree of sophistication is determined by those terms I gave you before. Now, this is milestone 5, which can occur at the same time. These can happen simultaneously. This is when children start to notice that drawings and writing are not the same. So they start experimenting with symbols. And you can see on the example there, the little child has drawn what look like letters. I don't think he knows any of those letters, but he's worked out that letters are different to drawings. This is a process that occurs for some children as young as 3, and for others not till they're just about to start school. I've actually worked with some children who come to school not knowing. So here's some other examples of children experimenting with more like written words or letters. Okay, move on to milestone 6, and we've got the exploration of their name. This is a huge milestone. Learning to write your name is one of the most important things you learn early on. And it's attached to your ego. This is me. But it's also one of the first words that help children realise that words are significantly controlled. That that's my name and it's always my name. It's not just my name today, it's my name tomorrow, and it's my name on the desk, and it's my name on the board, and that's always my name. That consistency of language is learned through their name. Okay, something's gone wrong. No, there we go. So moving on to milestone 7, we've got now more experimentation with trying to write some text, trying to create some written words, and it's what we usually call in the early childhood area invented text, where they're inventing their story to go with their picture. And you'll often find that many of the letters that they start to use early on are from their name. And if you look up here, you can see, in this case, this is another one of my grandchildren. Charlie has tried to write his name, copying his mother, and he's got the letters back the front. Very common, but you might notice the detail in his drawing. He's 4 at that stage. It's quite a detailed drawing, which tells you that he's experienced at drawing. And if you're experienced at drawing, you're also experienced at working with a pen, working with paper. Your hand has learned to hold the pencil. You've got a lot of the fine motor skills that are going to be used when you start to learn to write conventionally. But when you start school, they come with different milestones in their backpacks, having achieved different levels. This is a cartoon that comes from a some transitions work I did with some people back at the university, maybe 15 years ago, a long time ago. But the cartoonist drew this for us to show what it's like to start school for children. Now, for some children, they will fly across. The chasm is the metaphorical gap between before and starting school. So on this side, they haven't started yet. They've got to get across that chasm. For some children, they sail across, like the little guy on what's it called? I've forgotten the name. Up the top here. It looks like he's on a kite. He's flying in. So easy. He can get from preschool to school without any trouble at all. No stress, no pressure. This is easy. Many of the children will go across that steady bridge. Again, it's going to be pretty easy for them going from preschool to school. Then we've got other children who are going to take more precarious ways. including the little one that's going for a flying leap and the one that's got a string from a rope from the tree. All their transitions are going to be different. We need to be aware of that. Oh, I had those already. Now, only 3. Oh, is that before my extra 5? Oh, okay, okay. So, what is new and what is different? When you go to school, the environment is different. The teachers are unknown quite often and are very different. Time and space is different. There are lots of rules. The language is different. The way the teacher talks is different. But also, I've lost my autonomy. I won't have the same amount of choice. I won't be able to get up and go and play when I feel like it. I won't be able to go to the toilet or get a drink when I feel like it. There's lots of changes. And there'll be some children for whom the work is too difficult and some for whom the work is too hard. Sorry, too easy. Too easy. So milestone 8 shows children who are creating multimodal texts quite comfortably. They're still drawing, but they are also writing. And if we look at milestone 9, 5 to 6-year-olds, we see more complexity in the language that they are using. So it'll come down to opportunity, access to models, access to tools, encouragement, feedback, and value placed on the artefacts they create. And each of the spaces, the learning spaces, is important. Just trying to think. I'm going to finish off with this. The pedagogical approach that I've developed from my research is designed around starting with what children know and can do. And again, that's Vygotsky speaking. Start with what they know and can do and build on. So we've been getting children to start drawing and talking about their drawing. And then we teach them to add written words through labels and sentences. And the process is very gentle, but children can move quickly or they can take a little more time, depending upon how much they've been doing before they start school. But no one has a blank page. No one sits there saying, I can't, because every child can draw a picture. And that's our starting point. What do they know? What can they do? What will we now teach them to do? If you want to know more about the pedagogical approach, I've written about it. I can give you references to go and have a look at the research as well if you like. There's a chapter on it in our new book if you wanted to have a quick flick at that too. It's being used in preschools and schools because we've got some preschoolers who are 5 and 6 years old who are still at preschool who are wanting to start to engage with written language. So this is a gentle way of doing that without pushing the curriculum down. I think I'm out of time. Thank you. I'd be happy to continue the conversation at a later stage.
Thank you very much. And I'm always curious what the picture from our childhood means. Do you remember that 2 mountains and the sun? Wow. Really beautiful days when drawing that one. Maybe we can ask that question to Professor Noella later.
My favourite is I ask children to draw who lives at their house. And they draw who is in their house, so they draw themselves and who they live with.
Oh,
and
yes.
They draw fish and dogs and cats and, you know,
Yep.
it's amazing, but it's a lovely thing
Yeah.
to do.
And children, they draw family, but sometimes the dad is not there. Sorry, just a joke.
That's why I asked them to draw who lives in their house.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And sometimes they draw two houses.
Right, right. Yes, there are so many
Whereas
questions.
if you say family,
Family.
that puts pressure on children who have diverse families that don't look the same as
Oh, yes.
other people's
that's,
families. So
yeah.
that's why I use who lives at your house.
Yes, the sensitivity in creating materials. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so that's now I know you have a lot of questions, and I encourage you to just formulate the question in a very brief and succinct way and direct. You will have opportunities to ask questions later, and I think some of the questions will be shown on the screen later. And for now, do we have Professor Emilia with us? Bu Dewi, do we have Prof. Emi? Somewhere? Joining us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm in Bandung. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay. Right.
Okay.
Right. Can
Yeah.
we see it on screen? Professor Emi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Okay, so I hope you can see me because first I would like to thank you for saving my thesis because I quoted you a lot in my thesis. So thank you for finally, thank you that I finally met you here. So, Professor
Okay,
Emi,
thank you.
you will have
Yes.
25 minutes and you will get a 5-minute extra if you need. So we've been waiting for
Okay.
you, so let's go directly to it. Okay, take it away, Professor Emi,
Okay.
and everybody please
Okay.
give a warm applause to Professor Emi.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So, thank you also I would like to thank the two keynote speakers, the previous keynote speakers. I think what they have presented are actually, to some extent, especially Professor Nale, has talked a lot about what I also have talked about. So this is my topic. So the structure of organization is the definition of literacy, case of an and literacy practices at home, literacy practices at school, and impacts of literacy practice at home, a case of an Indonesian as a mother tongue. This is the 21st century skills that people always talk, especially in Indonesia, when literacy has become one of the strategic program in the Ministry of Education. And we have done a lot of activities related to the literacy programs. But based on my observation, so the concept of literacy is too broad, and then there are so many fields of study which are attached with the word literacy. And in my opinion, the program is not quite focused then. So in this opportunity, I would like to emphasize that the term literacy is used when we make messages using letters and the means of recording that message. So especially, so basically literacy is reading and writing, and of course now as Gunter Kress says, for example, that when we communicate through numbers, so we use the term numeracy. So but many people now attach the word literacy to many fields of study, for example, gestural literacy, computer literacy, or but they already have their own name, for example, financial literacy. So this also what happens, I think, in our country when we organize a literacy program. So this what has been said by Gunter Kress, and then he also continues that the more that is gathered up in the meaning and the term into the term literacy, then the less meaning it has. So something that has come to mean everything is likely not to mean very much at all. So as I mentioned before, so the program is not focused because there are so many things that have to be touched in the program. But the most important thing, that is the ability to read and write, are somewhat neglected, and therefore the students' ability in literacy remains, you know, similar before and after the program. So in Indonesia now the language learning is also related to the concept of freedom, and then but what is freedom actually? So if there are other terms such as power, empowerment in language learning, so we in this case I also follow what is said by Catherine Wallis, that these terms tend to be used in very general ways in a neglect of transitivity. So we need to consider freedom from what, or freedom to do what. In the case of specifically of language learning, we may see our goal. So we make our learners more powerful. So when we talk about freedom, so we need to make our learners more powerful users of language, whether of a first, a second, or other languages. So this should be especially put an emphasis that when we talk about empowerment, we need to make them powerful in using the language in language learning. And about technology, I think it is also has been mentioned by the two speakers that nowadays the emphasis is rather on multimodality and the increasing importance of image and the technologies which involve different nonlinear way of drawing from text. But according to Wallis, however, is that orthodox reading and writing should maintain its place center stage in literacy instruction. So this is also what I have emphasized, and what I also have talked, that the most important thing, first of all, is that the ability to read and write, how to deal with print in orthodox ways. Because why we should emphasize the orthodox way of reading and writing, as Catherine Wallace says, that many of the new modalities are to a large extent is actually parasitic on the old. So, for example, when the students are able to write an email, for example, and then this is actually a development of the ability of orthodox writing and reading. So, orthodox reading and writing skills are prerequisite for effective handling of the relatively new medium like email or other multimodal text, for example. And then the benefit is that there are clear advantages in terms of critical language study, maintaining a place for print literacy. That is that we can focus on the grammar, for example, how the text is organized, and then how critical thinking can also be developed, analyzing the text which is printed. And moreover, that the new literacy has not seen the demise of the old, so books are still available, and then they remain also still easily obtainable and reproductive and reproducible and relatively cheap and uniquely pleasurable. So that is what is said by Catherine Wallis. So I would like now to present the literacy practices at home, which in many ways are similar to what has been presented by Professor Nula. Yeah. Okay. So parents should facilitate the children to read and write. So and since 2015 in Indonesia, so there is a regulation of the Minister of Education, number 23, year 2015, that literacy is expected to nurture character, creativity, communication ability, and critical thinking, which are all included into the 21st century skill. And one of effective measure is reading stories or book to children if we do literacy practices at home. So in Indonesia now, all layers of the society are considered as responsible for the development of children literacy from home to school. So I would like to talk about what I have done when I uh, taught my students to read or to talk and to write. So this is the video. Okay. So this is what I did. Okay. Okay. Hang on. I cannot. Sorry, sorry. Hmm. Okay. So, aduh, sorry, sorry, sorry. Anyone can help? Okay. And this should be okay. Okay. So that is the video that shows that my daughter, for example, when I was in Australia, so she talked, and then when she kept talking, and then when she talks, it is also part of the literacy activity, as also mentioned by Professor Nola. So in this video, so this second video, this is also what she did, what my daughter did. Okay. Okay, so that is the okay. So that is my okay. So apart from talking, and then my daughter also wrote. So this is the text that I found that this is the first text that she wrote at the time. Yeah. So a text which is long enough. And hi, my name is Najmi. I'm in grade 2 and I'm 7 years old. I like to play in the playground because it is fun to swing. I like my school because the children are kind. I like to read. So this is the text that she wrote. But then uh, she also did this. Okay. Hmm. Halo, halo. Oh, 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 share screen-nya kumaha? Kumaha carana share screen teh yang berbedanya? Alas ya. No, share screen-nya kumaha? Kumaha jadi share screen-nya? Nggak bisa. Oh, gini aku sama panitianya gimana kalau share screen-nya? Sama panitianya? Heeh. Muncul. Halo? Oh, oke. Tapi di sini mah muncul. Halo, halo. Halo? Halo? Okay. Okay. Does the video appear? Can you Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. So that is my daughter who read the story. So and then this is another video that and then when she talked about the text that she wrote, and then she also read it at home. So this is in line what has been presented before by the previous presenters, yeah, that the children can read what they have written. Okay, so that is the activities, and then this is a text, another text which she wrote 3 weeks after the first text that I showed you before. So she wrote about Lisa. So today is Lisa's first day at school. She is in grade 2. The principal showed her where to put her bag. Then the principal showed her where her class is. Her room number is 6 and her favorite number is 6. And then the teacher said, "Who will take care of Lisa and show her where the girls' toilets are?" "I will," said Sarah. So she is already able to use ellipsis, for example, and I think this is the result of the reading story that she has done. And then when it was playtime, Sarah and her friends, she plays with Lisa, and then Lisa was still shy, but Lisa wasn't shy in class. And then Lisa said to Sarah, so she already includes verbal processes in systemic functional linguistics that which indicates, according to Gunter Kress, is the most significant, one of the most significant improvement in the student's writing ability. And this is, I think this was gained through the reading of the stories. And when it was Thursday, and it was canteen day, but Lisa didn't bring some money to buy something in the canteen. Then Sarah saw Lisa crying. "What's wrong?" asked Sarah. "I don't have any money to buy something in the canteen," replied Lisa. So, "Oh, cheer up," I said Sarah. So Lisa ran to her mom and dad and told them what she had learned, and then so the end. So this was the text that she created 3 weeks ago, and 3 weeks after the first text. And this is an example of the text that she wrote when she graduated from senior high school. This is a motivation statement that she had to write when she applied for a university. So this is an exposition text where she had to present the reasons why she wanted to enter a certain university. So she used linguistic features explicitly to show the arguments that she presents in the text using the conjunction, appropriate conjunction like first and then second and third and in addition, and then the use finally. So the use finally signals that the text will end. So this text is in terms of the structure of organization, has fulfilled the characteristics of an exposition, which is to some extent, it can be called as mature. And we can also see that when she wrote in the first text, so the text was about herself. And then in the second text, it was also about herself and then her surrounding. Still here and now situation. But this text is already about abstract, about concept, about abstract thing, and then about concept, and then there are so nominalization, which indicates that the process has changed into nominalization. So this is also another characteristic of a mature writing. So this is the result of the writing, and her IELTS score was 8.9. So her listening is 9, reading 9, but writing was 7, and then speaking 8. So I think the history, so the result of the activities, literacy activities at home and then at school and then in the university, so all contributed to the development of my daughter's literacy capacity. And when she was tested, she got 8.5 without any preparation. So when she was asked to do a test, she was, for example, once she was in with me in the hospital, and then someone said, "Oh, there was still one seat for IELTS test. Would you like to go for the test? And then she went to the language center, and then she could get this score. So this is TOEFL score for my son, which is 607, and he was when he graduated from high school. So this is also partly the results of the literacy activities that he did or in. And I also observed the child of my colleagues who also experienced the same thing, similar things, that when they were read stories, and then they did literacy activities at home and also at school. So this is another child whose IELTS test is also 8.5, and then listening and reading are also 9, and then writing 8 and speaking 8. So this is another evidence that about the importance of reading from early childhood. And then another one, this is the score of the IELTS which is 8. So these students can get access to knowledge, to experiences, of course, because of that score. And then so this is another video that I would like to share with you also about parents who read the story to the child, to a baby who is only 3 months old. So this is another activity. And then so this is the picture that the baby was only 3 months old, but she was already interested in print. So we cannot say that baby do not know anything and do not want anything. So as Professor Nula also said, so she was also interested. So she was focused on what she was seeing. And then so when she went somewhere in the car, so she wanted to bring the book, and then she also read the book. She also saw the books, and she flipped the page by page. So this is also good for her. And then when she was already able to walk, so the books were brought everywhere. And also she now started to enjoy what she sees from a screen. So she can also enjoy the story from the screen. And then so this is what she did when she read print. So can you see also the video? So the father said, read first. So what is written? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay, so she started to scratch, to write using her pen. And then, so this is also another video that so she also knows the body language. So when she heard, for example, that someone reads the Quran, and then she raises her hands to show that she is asking for something to God. And then so she also knows the body language. And this is also the scratch that she also started to make. And she also now is able to hold the pen more appropriately than before. But then, so there are some examples of the literacy practices at home now that we have been doing and in our family. And then, so this is the literacy activity also at school when the students discuss in groups, for example, what they have read as part of the literacy activities. And then, based on my observations, so there are issues in the classroom or at school, and this is a text that was written by a child which can be categorized into low, for example, low achiever. Yeah. So I to attack disease influenza or cold. I went to the hospital. I check up in my disease. So this child seems does not seem to have linguistic ability to knowledge about grammar. Yeah, to write. And so she needs direct telling of linguistic features of a recount text. And this is a mid-achiever. So she can write and she knows already the sentence structure, but she still mixed up between present and past tense. So 3 weeks ago, when I was at school in the middle of English lesson, I am dizzy and felt pain. So when I arrived at home, I still felt pain. So my mother gave me some vitamin to me. After 3 days, I have a stomach ache. So she should have used the past tense. But then there is another student whose English is very good. So this is like, so she does not make, I think, any mistake in grammar, and also she can use linguistic features which are like native speakers in this case. So last year I suffered from appendicitis. At first I thought it was just an ordinary stomach ache. My stomach started to ache after I ate blah blah blah. And then she also could use time sequence or signals to sequence the activities or what happened after staying at home for 1 week, the next morning at 7 o'clock, and then after 6 days at the hospital, and then the next day I was able to go to school. So he could differentiate between I could go to school and then I was able to school. So this is knowledge which is very important, and this, I think, this is like a native speaker. So if he does not know the use of the English, he would not have used these linguistic features. And so in the rural area, so these are samples of students' text. So I was once glad with Cinta Laura, which means I like Cinta Laura very much. So this is part of the result of teachers who taught vocabulary items and without in isolation. It is not the teaching of vocabulary in context. So the students should be taught how to express something, how to use the language in context. So I have a teacher at school, she mother city, teacher is man adult, we at school, teacher is our parent at school. So it should be teacher as our parent at school, but she translated each word or word for word into English, and this is the result. So there is a gap between the students, and many teachers actually did not teach at the time when I was observed the classroom for the first time, and then tested the students. So it is also what has been reported by Mendelssohn, for example, that listen to the following passage, now answer the following questions based on what you heard, and answer the words, but I'm not going to teach you how to do that. And how to do it, that would be giving away the answer. So many teachers, for example, give the students a text and then ask the students to answer the questions without telling the students how to read the text and then how to answer the text, and then which part should be read first, which part should be read next, and then it is also the same in teaching writing. Many teachers ask the students to write, for example, a text in 45 minutes and then write a text in 45 minutes without telling them how to write it, which part should be written first, how to start it, how to write first, and what to write first, and then what to write next. So the students are not informed or are not taught about it, while all skills which are gained at school should be taught. They are not given. So therefore the teacher should do explicit teaching to enable the students to read and write. And therefore there are so many misconceptions and common senses among teachers, that teachers think that they are a facilitator, and then when they become a facilitator they do not need to explain, to teach. And this condition, if it happens continuously will widen the gap in the classroom and also in the society later on. So this is what will happen if the gap exists all the time in the school. And then what the teacher should do is that we need to prepare the students to do the task, especially when it is literacy, and then we focus on what should be done and do the task, ask the students to do the task, and then evaluate, and then elaborate, and start the cycle again. So this is like a cycle, the teaching cycle. So prepare, focus, task, and evaluate and elaborate, as what Martin and Rose have said. And this is the genre-based approach, a text-based approach, which has been applied in Indonesia since 2004. And now, after, for example, when I did research with the teacher and the student who wrote the first text and who was considered as the low achiever, so could write this text. So this text is much better than the first one. So when the teacher prepared the students to write, and then there would not be any student whose ability was really far from that of the high achievers. So we can lift the students who were in the bottom line and into at least into the mid and then near the high achievers. So this is what has been done using the explicit teaching and also preparation and explicit teaching, and this is the result that we expect. So at the end of the semester, for example, or at the end of this phase of teaching, so all the students can be in the same position. I think that's it. Okay, sorry. I think this is the training that we did, and this is also another training. And these teachers were brought to Australia to observe the classroom, and I also did the training to teach PISA-like reading, and this is the result, which is heartening, that one of the teacher became the second winner of the national competition of Guru Berprestasi or model teachers, and this is also the winner of the Siameo competition, and then. Okay, yeah, I think so. This is also the Olympiad. The winners are of the teachers who were also trained, and they also become trainers. And this is another text, but now the teachers can make the students like this, the text better, and some texts, some which are written by the students. And so the conclusion is that reading and writing should become the focus of literacy activity program, and the children can learn to read since they are babies. Children have interest in different types of prints, so print-rich environment is really important. The teaching learning process should minimize the gap between high and low achievers. Explicit teaching should also be conducted, but not back to basic. And text-based instruction is one alternative to help all students to achieve the learning objectives. So still a long way to go. So thank you very much. Sorry for the. Okay. Okay.
And you're actually saying, well, can I use 8 of them? Up to you. But for me, I recommend to use 8 components of the teaching strategies, where I just showed you earlier. So, and I'll have another question asking whether can I use this strategy apply into secondary school, or the material, can I apply that in secondary school? Of course, yes. But stay tuned. If I have the opportunity to come back again in the future, I'm actually develop a curriculum for more senior primary school. So the project will be just started. So hopefully by 2 or 3 years' time, I will have a curriculum and new teaching strategy for senior primary school students. About high school, later on. Let me finish, I guess I've just finished my curriculum and teaching strategy tested in junior primary school. I will start a new project on secondary school, actually just two months ago. So we'll run for another few years, so that I can share with you or other audience about the future more upper curriculum, what we did, and the strategy as well. For adults, someone asked about vocabulary learning. So vocabulary learning is, I guess, of knowledge is important to learn first or second language. If you want to become a proficiency on that. Okay, so how to promote learning vocabulary knowledge in adults? I guess just similar like what we tried before in our primary school student. So one thing is, I think motivation is very important. And also we need to set a target. The number of vocabulary you want the student to learn, and they need to be with their daily use vocabulary. So not just think about their second language input, think about their first language input as well. So it's important, for example, you want the adults to learn English as second language, think about the topic the student they're particularly interested in, not just from the textbook. I'm afraid that as a teacher, you might need to think a bit more from the textbook. So think something that they can be used all the time, or they will likely use that in their daily communication at work or somewhere else. So I will start something about sight words first, and then set the number of words, the quality, not quantity, okay? So how many words they need to learn in that particular lessons or unit, so they can see what they learn. So you need to communicate with the adults, learner, clearly about their learning objective. So each class of adults, learners, or individual learners, you need to tailor to their needs, particularly adults. I think they're more interested about the communication language approach. So think about that as well, just my experience. So I haven't done anything teaching any young adults or adult learner, but something I'd like to share with you is important. We need to know what they learn, what they're actually going to be used in their daily life. Very important. So the other thing, I have another question, very good question about, you're asking me about the material we design for our students, particular learners in second language learner in primary school, about their cognitive skill and learning style. In my presentation, I actually show in a couple examples. We start thinking about their cognitive style by step. So in our Smarty, one of the components we spell out, we like learner to cover all the learner from beginner to more advanced. So step by step repetition, and also act on. So they learn something about the basic skill, so they need to find a way or we to expand their knowledge in more advanced level as well. So we do, in our material, we actually build in from basic or foundation level to more in advanced level. So in one of the examples we show you to you, particularly in writing. So it start with using picture card to learn how to write in a simple sentence. Then we expand them into more longer sentence, passages, paragraph. So we hope to cover all different cognitive ability. And the learning style, we're using basically the multisensory. Using what we say, you can touch on your learning material, you actually can feel the material as well, using different like scents, different colors and all other things. So we're using multiple kind of input to the learners. So I hope I have answered all the questions.
Yes,
one thing about the motivation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
everybody, please give applause to Professor Kevin. We would like you to please quickly stand up if you have asked the questions on the Google Sheet. Okay, can you please stand up, everybody who have asked the questions, please? We want to see you who have asked questions. Hello? All the questions? Not here.
They might be online.
The Google Sheets, okay, so...
They could be online.
It should be online, yeah.
There's people who are online. So,
right.
Yes,
we will have the chances, everyone. All the questions have been noted. Please.
Well,
and then now it's your time, Professor Noella. Can you please make it into 5 minutes?
He wants miracles.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm mean.
There were a number of questions, and I'm going to apologise for not answering the ones about reading, because I really have not got time, and I was focusing on writing, so I'd like to stick with that. The first thing I'd like to say is that writing is complex and writing is thinking. When you write, you think in a whole different way. So this is in response to questions about 15 to 18-year-olds and upper primary 8 to 10-year-olds learning how to write. The next thing I would say is that teachers across the world find writing difficult to teach. Professor Emmy mentioned that in a slightly different way. It's hard to teach writing. A lot of teachers feel they lack confidence, and if you're in a position of supporting teachers, they need help with writing. I'm working with a high school at the moment, and I'm working with every teacher from every discipline right across the high school, because they've all found that their students know a lot, but they find it difficult to write what they know. And if you have to go through an examination system, if you can't write it down, if you can't synthesize your knowledge and your ideas, you cannot share your thinking. You cannot share your knowledge or your ideas. So it's an incredibly important area that we need to focus our support for teachers on. I had other questions about, I just wanted to go back to Professor Emmy again. She talked about meaning making, and that connected very much with my work as well. When we read, we're trying to understand the meaning created by an author. When we write, we are the creators of the meaning, and so being able to write for other people is both a privilege and a challenge. So if we start, and I'm going to move to draw, talk, write, share, because the other questions related specifically to that, we can start in preschool by making sure all of our preschoolers get lots of opportunities to draw and to talk about their drawings and express themselves and their ideas through their drawings in preschool. And that's when we teach them how to write their name. And I mentioned that earlier. That will become an important base for learning more about letters and words. Then when we go into school, draw, talk, write, share is used in the first 2 years, and we start fairly strong framework with the teachers modelling every single step. So our teachers draw in front of the children to show children how to draw. Our teachers show them how to add details to their drawing. They learn how to edit and draft through drawings. Oh, I forgot to add. I can add this. Then we add labels, and then we use the labels to write text, write sentences. Now, it can be, somebody asked how long. We can do a little bit. I like a little bit every day. So 10 to 15 minutes every day works really, really well. Now, if we start this process and use it well, then what happens is that by grade 3, children know when they're asked to write a text that they can start their thinking off with doing some planning drawing. And they can use that to help them, and they can in fact create a multimodal text. They can have a mix of drawing and writing. So it can be used in older grades. I think that's the key. The key message we want children to take away is that they can be writers. Well, if their teachers don't believe they are writers, it's very hard for them to instill confidence in children that they are writers. And we don't want them to think that writing is just something that is a school task. It's a life task. It's an incredibly important life skill. I'm run out of time, so I'm going to stop, otherwise
Right.
he's going to get really cross.
Okay, this one. Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you very much. And then, hello, Prof. M, are you there? Yes. Okay, so you have a question to answer, and please, I have this question from one of the audience, and don't worry, we're going to give you a chance to ask questions directly, those who are on site. So, Prof. M, somebody asked about sastra masuk sekolah. What do you think about that program? And a follow-up question is, which one do you think is more important to teach in terms of that literature goes into school? Do you go with the literature? How do you strike the balance teaching the second language or foreign language literature and the first language literature? Do you have the question clear? Okay, right. So please answer that in 5 minutes, Prof. M. I don't want to be rude, but please 5 minutes. Thank you.
I think literature goes to school is very important. So this will benefit a lot of children because this will give students a chance to be read, and then they also will have a chance to read stories which probably are not available in their house, in their home. So this will be very important, and being read to will give a lot of benefits, and then they will also learn how, for example, to read and also to write, especially when the teacher, for example, read the story in line with what should be read, for example. And then this will be slowly but surely make the students aware that print, for example, is different from spoken language. That, for example, when they read in books, for example, written in Latin, for example, that they should start from left to right. So they should start, for example, from above to below. And then when they read a text, for example, with a picture, so they will also learn how to read, to understand the picture, which can say 1,000 words, and this is very important. So I really appreciate that program, but we need to make sure that the books that the students read are in line with the students' age and also in line with their culture. But also when the students, for example, read something that are different from their culture, so the teacher should understand, should teach about critical literacy, that what is different from for example, the culture of their home, and then what does the writer want them to do, whether they should follow what is written in the text, and who is the writer to whom, for example. So all these questions that can foster the students' critical literacy and critical thinking should also be taught, and therefore the teachers should also be trained to teach how to read the story to the students. And then in terms of literature in second language, so in my opinion, the students can successfully learn a second language when they already literacy in second language, when they already have the literacy, good literacy in their first language. So this is, I think, what has been misunderstood by many parents in Indonesia, that they started to teach the students to read and to write, for example, in English, but then they still do not know the Indonesian literacy, and this will make the students have difficulty because whatever we have or whatever we face, that our children first receive the message in their mother tongue. So the mother tongue is the language that was first heard and was first spoken by the children. So the Indonesian language first and then the second language. Now this is also what I experienced. So when my daughter was in Australia and I didn't teach my daughter to read English before, I was sure that my daughter could read in Bahasa Indonesia. And then after she was able to read in Bahasa Indonesia, so she developed their reading ability very quickly, and then she could read faster and faster, and then she could also write. So the literacy ability in the student's mother tongue is really important. And then only when they already have the literacy capacity, in Indonesian context especially, the students can learn how to read and write in English or in other foreign languages. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Wow, big applause for Prof. M. And Professor Noella and Professor Kevin have agreed, if you have questions, you can see them and they will be happy to see you. But now we have one special person to ask question. Who is that special person? Raise your hand if you want to ask questions. Okay, one, just one, two. Lady over there, you've been
While you're
raising
working
your hand.
those out, can I just interrupt and answer one that I forgot? Somebody asked if inclusive education, if you could use Draw, Talk, Write, Share in an inclusive education setting. The answer is absolutely yes.
Okay,
Thank
wonderful. Thank you very much. So now, would you please? Okay, so brief, succinct, direct. And, okay.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Finally, I got the chance to ask question directly. My name is Laili Amin Fajaria. I'm an English teacher from junior high school in Yogyakarta. And I'm interested to Professor Chong's presentations using games and also cards. I did that, Prof, but when we play the games and then my students were very happy so that they cannot move on to the next activities. They want to keep on playing the games and don't want to do the other activities. And can you give me suggestions how to, how to move to the next activities after playing the game? Can I ask the next question for Prof. Nola? Yeah. I'm interested in the DWTS method. And but my case is in junior high school. Can I switch into draw first and then write and then talk and share? Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. And representing the student, please ask this question quickly. Let's go.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for the time. So before that, I want to introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Julia, and I'm the University of Mataram student, and I take English education major. So my question is about, this is actually connected with my course because I'm in 5th semester now. So my question for Professor Kevin, okay? So we talk about psycholinguistic, right? So there are some of countries that make English language to be their national language, like Philippines and Malaysia and Singapore, something like that. And my question is, do that national language is still be the second language of that countries, because when we talk about second language, it's out of the nationality of their own language. And can you tell me about the history why English can be their nationality language of their countries that I have mentioned, and do all the countries that have been colonized will take the language from the colonizer to be their national language. Maybe that's all. I think my question is just simple question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wow, a lot of curiosity in the room. Please, our speakers, answer the questions, and you're welcome to pick any question that you deem relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, the first question, is that Anita? Right. Good questions. So in Hong Kong is an international city. So we use bilingual, sometimes we call trilinguals, depend how we look into Chinese. So in Chinese, in Hong Kong, our dialect is Cantonese and then so Putonghua. So sometimes we call bilingual, sometimes we call trilingual, depend what you believe. But for mine, we call bilingual. So in that situation, when you say that a bit history, so you probably know the bit history about Hong Kong, but not because of the history, because we are the international city. So we have a lot of colleagues or students from other parts of the world. So English is one of the language. The Education Bureau, the government, wants our students or us to be able to use English as a communicative skill. So we learn English. I know it sounds really mad, very young. So in kindergarten, we start learning English about 3. So then we learn from 3 to university. So that's the kind of policy or guideline, particularly from primary school to secondary school. Is that okay? So the other questions about activities. Yes, thank you for asking questions. Our materials, a lot of like getting students up and getting them play games and running around classroom. Yes, it's difficult to stop, but we do have rules. So pretty much we emphasizing the classroom management rules. So we said to the teachers, look, you're given the activity of 5 or 10 minutes, so you need to let the student know this activity only for 10 minutes. We know you like the material, we know that you like the game, but doesn't matter. We come back tomorrow to play, or we come back next day, but we need to stop here. We're going to learn and other new materials that make it more fun. Okay, so that's what we do. So the cut short classroom management. I mean, we need to tell the student our expectation about the management, time management as well, the teachers as well, I'm afraid. But in our lesson plan, we are particular tell the teachers this activity need to be finished about 15 minutes. So we sort of like expectation. But when we actually when we deliver this program or teaching strategy, we're actually doing what we call the co-teaching. What we're saying that, look, the teacher will deliver the lesson, but our colleagues, our project team, we actually go to the school. Each unit, we co-plan. So we walk through the lesson plan with the teachers and tell them exactly roughly what's in the lesson, what our expectation, what their expectation on their student as well. How about that? I hope I answered the 2 questions. Thank you.
Yep, wonderful, wonderful. And now from Professor Noella.
You asked about Draw, Talk, Write, Share with the older students. You're talking about junior high school? There's going to be a couple of issues there. The first one is that because in many instances we don't value drawing, a lot of children actually stop drawing at about 9. And that's why I want us to keep them drawing. You know, get them really engaged in it when they're young and keep it going as another form of communication. Now, if you've got so I'm going to say 14-year-old boys who haven't drawn since they were 7 or 8, they may not be keen, but some may be. What I'd be looking for is giving them the option and perhaps using it as a planning process. And the teacher is going to have to model the process. So I can show you in our book, I can send you an article where we talk about how the teacher does it first, then the children do it. But the children don't copy what the teacher does, they see the process. So there's no mystery. There's none of this, here's your task, go off and do it, and then I'll come back and I'll assess it. It's, here's mine, now have a go at yours. I'm going to have another go at mine. And I draw in front of children in classrooms regularly, and I'm not a very good drawer. And I actually think that's an advantage because they can see this isn't about being an artist. Okay? I'm happy to chat with you one-on-one if you wanted to explore that a little further. But the other work I've been doing in high schools is very much getting teachers to demonstrate, model, but then lots of co-construction. And in our book, we've got a teacher support writing cycle, which is very similar to one that Professor Emmy used there before. So I'm happy to share that with you too. Thank you. I hope that helps.
Wonderful, wonderful. Everybody, just one last big applause for our speakers today. And that concludes the first session. There will be 2 more sessions. There will be lunch, and we want you to have the lunch effectively and also the prayer time. But for more instruction, let's give it back to our Master and Mistress of Ceremony. Thank you very much for being so attentive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad Junaidi, Professor Emmy Emilia, Professor Chung Kevin, and Associate Professor Noella Mackenzie for the amazing plenary session. You're welcome now to step away from the podium and return to your seat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we have closed down our first plenary session for the day, we have now come to our next agenda, which is a lunch break. But before we part ways, let us remind you that this break is scheduled to last for around 1 hour, and therefore we should be ready to begin our apologies. And we should all be ready to begin our second plenary sessions at 1:30 p.m. Central Indonesian time. And that is all for this morning. And enjoy well-deserved lunch break. And we will reconvene here at 1:30 p.m. And for your information, you may have your meals for lunch at Pandan Resto, first floor.
Honorables, speakers, presenters, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated as the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024 will proceed shortly. All right, once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as scheduled, now we are going to have our second plenary session of the day, and therefore we would like to request all of you who are still outside just now to re-enter the venue so that we can start the event again. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. Today, Wednesday, the 2nd of October 2024. As we have previously mentioned, now we are going to proceed this event with yet another plenary session. And for our second plenary session today, we are going to listen to Professor Levi Gary Eidamar from University of Agder, Norway, and Professor Andy Gao from University of New South Wales, Australia. And to moderate this session, please be invited to take over the stage Mrs. Bonista Zulanda Melanie, PhD. Please give her a round of applause.
Check. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Talia and Mas Rusdi. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so as has been introduced earlier by two of our hosts today, my name is Boniesta Zulanda Melanie, and I will be your moderator for the second plenary sessions this afternoon. And again, it has been mentioned earlier that we are unfortunately have two speakers for the second sessions this afternoon. The first one is Professor Levi Gare Eidamar, and the second one is Professor Andy Gao. Before we begin the plenary sessions for today, I would like to inform you several informations regarding these sessions. For each of the speaker, there will be 25 minutes. I was informed by the committee that there will be 25 minutes for presentations. And also, since we have only two speakers, then we're going to spend around 15 minutes for the whole presentations for both of them. And the rest of the time will be spent for a discussion. So you'll have plenty of time to ask questions. So please prepare your questions, following the presentations, and prepare your questions. And then I also informed that the online the online participants will be provided with link where they can drop their questions. And these questions will be selected by the committee and will appear for our two guest speakers. All right, so I think that's all the informations, the pre-informations I would like to deliver, that I need to deliver. Now, before we begin, I think the first speaker that has already been online is Professor Levi, correct? Professor Levi?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're there already? Oh, hi, Professor Leffy. How are you today?
Sangat-sangat bagus, terima kasih banyak. Selamat sore.
Okay. So, by the way, my name is Boniesta. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so before we start the presentations from Professor Leffy, I would like to read a short bio about our first presenter. Some of you might already know him, but let me just read short bio about our presenter today. So, Professor Leffy Geir Eidemar, please correct me if I'm wrong. Please correct my pronunciation if it's wrong.
Yes, it's okay.
Is it correct? Leffy?
Levi Geir Eidhamar, yes.
Eidemar, Eidemar, okay. Thank you. So, Professor Leffy is a distinguished scholar in the field of comparative religion, sociology of religion, and psychology of religion, and religious ethics. He currently serves as a professor at the University of Agder in South Norway. His academic work focuses particularly on Islam and Muslims, and his doctoral dissertation centered on ethical reasoning among young Norwegian Muslims, so it's very interesting. Professor Eidemar has made significant contributions to the study of religious worldviews and ethics, with numerous publications in esteemed journals. Some of his notable works include studies on the role of spousal relationships in Muslim communities in Indonesia and Norway. Also, he's working on the interplay of divine revelations and human reasoning in young Muslims' reflections on homosexuality. His broad academic interests and insightful research continue to shape critical conversations on religions and ethics in the contemporary world. And today, this afternoon, he will present his thought-provoking paper entitled Muslims in Norway. Who are they? What are their opinions? And how do they reason on ethical questions? This research delves into the diverse identities, perspectives, and ethical reasoning of the Muslim community in Norway. It provides a nuanced understanding of their social and cultural context, and Professor Leffy's work sheds light on important aspects of opinion and ethical decision-making, in my opinion. So it will offer invaluable insights for all of us today that contributes to broader discussions and understandings of education and social science. So without further ado, I would like to welcome you, Professor Leffy. Please give him a warm welcome with applause. Thank you so much. And Professor Leffy, again, I would like to remind you that you have 25 minutes to deliver your presentations. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. Clear. Okay, thank you so much.
So, thanks a lot for the introduction and the kind words. Then I start, if the can have the PowerPoint set up. Yes, and if we start with the slideshow there, what we see is this is already Muslims in Norway. Who are they? What are their opinions? And how do they reason in ethical questions? Next. And I have made about 20 years ago a typology distinguishing between what is conviction-based and on one side an academically neutral, that is the ideal for research, and then outside perspective and inside perspective. And what we have today is, of course, academical neutral, I have to be, and I will try mainly to have the inside perspective of Norwegian Muslims. That means the D section here, religions that are studied academically from an inside perspective, that I try to understand the plurality among Norwegian Muslims, a neutrally observed spectrum of internal diversity, and this is the perspective of this lecture. Next one. And who are the Norwegian Muslims? Just shortly on the history first. Next. The first groups of Muslims arrived already in 1971, and they came for immigrant labor. Later on, there were restrictions on that, and we got more refugees from different countries. But most of the Muslims in Norway, they live in the Oslo area. Next, please. And the Norwegian Muslims, they have roots from a variety of countries which practice Islam in a variety of different ways. In Oslo, so there are lots of mosques with national backgrounds, like Somalian mosque, Pakistani mosque, Iranian mosque, and so on. While in Kristiansand, the smallest city where I am, there is one big mosque, and they host lots of nationalities, and they use Norwegian as their language. And then we have some ethnical Norwegian converts, but they are about 4,000. They are not so many. Next one. And members of Muslim congregations in Norway are 180,000, which is about 3.4% of the population. Then there are about 100 with Muslim culture background who are not members of any mosque or Muslim organization. And that means about 5% of the population are Muslims, more or less active. Some of those are not so active, they are more culturally Muslim. Some of the 100,000 that are not registered. Yeah, next one. And the lecture I will give now is based on my own empirical research, mainly with qualitative interviews that I had with a variety of Muslims who have grown up in Norway, and some of them came here when they were young. So there is a large variety geographically and with different nations. Next. And I think what is common and what is different from Muslims in Indonesia, because I made also several qualitative interviews in Indonesia, is Norwegian individualism. Those who have been raised and born and raised in Norway, they have this individualism. They don't accept so much authorities. That means it's a very typical quote from the young Norwegians, Muslims. I believe in the kind of Islam I have explored myself. I have to read the Quran myself, not listening to imams that are influenced by the culture of their background and so on, but they go to internet, they read different scholars and so on, and investigate on their own behalf. Yes, next picture. And what I see, there are quite a lot of tension between generations, which is not so strange because, let's say, parents who are born and raised in Pakistani village, and then their children are born and raised in modern Oslo, the capital city of Norway, and they have such a very, very big difference of this upbringing, and that means that they become very different. And usually when I interview parents and then the second generation, the children say the parents are influenced by the culture of their country of origin. At the same time, parents, they say, oh, the children have become too Norwegian in their way of thinking. So it's both they have like glasses, then the younger ones have the Norwegian glasses on and understand Islam from this perspective, and the first generation that arrived from different countries, they have the glasses of the culture where they origin from of their origin. Next one. And so we can say the young Muslims raised in Norway, they are influenced by ethical attitudes in the Norwegian society. Like, for example, gender equality, which is extremely important in Norway. And it is, you learn this from the first day in school. And when they go through school, they are so influenced by that. Then some of the second generation are more religiously active than their parents because that is their identity. They are different from the Norwegians, but the main thing is not that they are Pakistani or Somali. The main subject is they are Muslims because they feel more as Norwegians than Pakistanis. At the same time, their main identity is not being a Pakistani or might be a Norwegian, it is being a Muslim for someone. But others, they have a Muslim identity, but they live in a secular way. So they are still Muslims, but they are more secular than might be their parents. And a few are secretly, about 10% of those I contacted, they say through the years that everybody think I'm a Muslim, but actually inside I'm not a Muslim, but outside I pretend to be a Muslim, but I'm not a believer. So these are some, what I would say, secret, have non-religious. So, but I would say that the general is that Islam is more important for their identity than the origin country of the parents. And usually when they come to Pakistan or Somalia, they are a bit shocked and they say, oh, there is corruption and so on, and they become, in a way, very pro-Norwegian. At the same time, some of them very pro-Islam. Next. And then there are big geographical variations, and that is one of the fields that I've been working most with within Norway. We have this Muslim area in Oslo and part of Drammen and some other places where they have a more conservative interpretation of Islam, and very often it is it stayed as it was 30 years ago when I came from Turkey. So like a girl said, oh, my parents, they think about Islam as they thought about Islam in Turkey 30 years ago. But when I come to Turkey, it's even more modern. But here is, it becomes like a more strict, more conservative with social control. While in smaller towns, like where I come from, it's not very small, but smaller than Oslo. And here is much more integration. That means that most Muslims, they have generally more un-Muslim friends. In Oslo, they are in areas where there are 90% Muslims, might be 95% Muslim, and also in the school. And then they are influenced. They live in a Muslim community. While those living in the smaller towns, they don't live in a Muslim community. All of their friends are non-Muslims. And that means they have a more liberal interpretation of Islam, and there is less social control, like in Pakistan, like in Kristiansand. The picture here is Queen Sonja of Norway visiting a mosque in Oslo. Yeah, the next picture. And so we have the conservative Islam in the big cities, which is mainly in Oslo here, and then more liberal Islam on the countryside. This is a general picture. But of course, there might be very liberal groups also in Oslo, so it's a broad picture, but this is the main pattern. The next one. Then, and this is a Norwegian sentence saying in how to think correctly about Islam. So I will now see how they think and how the variety of ethical reasoning. Next one. And then I will start by telling one of the interviews I had many years ago. It was a young boy, 20 years old. He was not married, he didn't have children. And then I asked him for about 3 hours on different ethical topics. One of them was on homosexuality. And I said, what do you think about that? And he said, well, according to Islam and the Quran, this is not permitted. It's quite bad, actually, and it will be punished in life after death. And then I asked him, imagine 25 years in the future, you have a son, and this son comes to you, and he says that he tells he is a homosexual, he's a guy, and he has a boyfriend, and they want to buy an apartment and live together. What will be your answer to your son? And then he said, and I was a bit surprised, because then I said, oh, then I will say to my son, I will support him 100%. Your grandparents, they will be very angry, but I will support you. And I was shocked, and I said, why will you support him? You said this will be punished in afterlife. Do you mean that you will advise your son to do something that will be punished in afterlife? And he said, no, lady, you are misunderstanding. Because it's not him being punished. I will be punished because I give him a wrong advice. And I was still surprised. I said, why do you want to give a wrong advice? Well, because it is a good advice, because when God has created him to be a gay and homosexual, of course, it's best for him to live in that way. So that means, but that means you are willing to go to hell? I asked him. for letting your son live as a gay with his boyfriend? And he said, yes, because I love my son. And I was might be, when you hear this interview, you're also confused, because in Indonesia, I think very few would say like that. But that was this Norwegian answer. And I was confused and I went home. But usually when I'm confused, that is very good, because then I get to see something. And I have interviewed him 3 times later on, very deep interviews. So it is the correct way of telling about this interview. And what I saw was that he was thinking in 2 categories, and not only him, but I see that most of those I interviewed in Norway are doing that. The first one is here, what is right, and what is then right or wrong according to Muslim norms, according to Al-Quran, according to Hadith. He was a Sunni Muslim. So that means what the individual Muslim considered to be right based on Islam's holy scriptures. That is what is religiously right. When he said it is good for him, that is what is good on the human level, in a human perspective, what the individual Muslim experienced to be good on this human level. And very often, this human level is, of course, then seen through their Norwegian glasses that they get when they grow up. And for him, because in Norway, 95% are very pro gay rights. In the Church of Norway, homosexual are married by the church, and so on. So this is generally in the society in Norway, it's accepted. So he was very influenced by this way of thinking. And then there was, in this way, a kind of contradiction between what he experienced to be humanly right and religiously right and human good. And in this case, he then chose love for his son more than being obedient to the scriptures. Next picture. And then then I see here there are 2 dimensions. Is there harmony or conflict between right and good? And in sometimes, of course, there is no conflict, there is harmony. Like, for example, you should not tell lies. That is good according to Muslim ethics, and it is humanly good. While there might be other things that might be, for example, good, that could be ethically good in a human way, but it could also be good and pleasant for the human being. So, for example, in Norway, in summertime, when the sun rises at 2 o'clock at night, so we have like only 3 hours of darkness, and we have 21 hours of sunshine in summertime. And that means if you are going to pray, you have to get up very early at night. And also the last prayer is very late, and the first prayer is about, I think, in hearing Christian Son, about 2 o'clock in the morning. And then it's not pleasant. It is a religious right to do that, but it's not very pleasant to do it. It's not good in that way. So then there is a conflict. And then what is more important? Is it what is religiously right and what is good? Then next picture. So then after this interview, I got this idea of a typology. And then I asked, well, in this typology, I say, what is there harmony or is the conflict combined? Is it that you say right, religious right is more important than humanly good and well-being? And the other, you say humanly well-being is more important than what is religious right. And then we see the first one, these are the more religious active. And the more religious liberals are down here. But we can also see that it was, when I interviewed and used this pattern, it was very different from case to case. So in some cases, they were down here, and some cases they were up. And so it was very different, the different persons. But I see that this, when they do the negotiations, when the Muslims in Norway, young Muslims, when they have the Muslim norms, and then they are going to interpret these Muslim norms into their Norwegian context, then there is an inner dialogue regarding Muslim norms and what they think, according to their Norwegian glasses, what is humanly good. And there is this inner dialogue regarding this. And you have the four here. And this I made together with 6 different Muslims, some very liberal, some very conservative, and so on. What is A? It is harmony, and right is about good. That means you have what I call double reward of obedience. It means it is good for this life, and it is good for the next life. So you get a reward double. That's very good, and this is no problem here. But then, what is right is might be you don't feel like pleasant. For example, I had this getting up early in the morning to pray, or it was a girl I interviewed many years ago, and she was so fond of watching films in the television, and then it was at the end, and then it came to prayer time, and they said, "I got this big jihad in myself. I was fighting. Am I going to be obedient and go to pray on the correct time, or see the movie?" Then sometimes he said, I had the victory. I managed to go to pray on the right time. Then was what I call a strong B, but sometimes there is a weak B, you fail. And she said then she had a very bad consciousness afterwards. This is the what C here. What we're good is about right, but there is harmony. And that it was a bit difficult to understand, but we almost all the Muslims giving response to it, they say it in the same way. That means that growing up in Norway, you get these Norwegian glasses and to see what is good, and then all the time you have these glasses on, and then you use them to interpret. For example, when you read the Quran or when you understand Islam, you are interpreting that what is right with this tool of interpretation. So that means what you see and regard to be good becomes the tool of interpretation. And one example, I will come back to that, when you have grown up with equality between genders, most specifically girls, they interpret the Quran and the Holy Quran in a way that so promotes a gender equality. So they are very pro-gender equality. And I think I've hardly met so very eager and passionate feminist as the Muslim girls with their hijab. They are practicing Islam, but at the same time, they are very, very, very feminist, and they react very much against their parents, who have the gender roles from their Pakistani or Somali parents, and they say they have this patriarchal Somali glasses, and this is not from Islam. Islam is pro-gender equality. That is when they have these glasses on to explain. And then there are someone who say that, well, as this boy, he said, okay, it is good for my son to live as a gay, and then I support him, even though it is not right. And then he said, there is a conflict, and in this conflict, actually, I choose what is humanly good. So someone do that. And then when I interviewed, they were different cases. Someone were here, or there. They could change. But generally, the more religious active are up here. The more liberals were down here. And one of the more conservatives, he said, I love your model, Levi. And he was one of those creating it together with me, because he said, I learned how to fight the unconscious see in my own life. Because I see now, I have my Norwegian glasses on. I have to take off these glasses and read with Muslim glasses, with Islamic glasses to interpret the Quran, not the Norwegian glasses. He was the more conservative. While another more liberal said, oh, I love the sea, because then I can interpret Islam, so it becomes to be in harmony with what I feel humanly is good. Well, next. And and we can see, I will do the example on what the Al Quran say about men and women. But I think this I will, when I have Norwegian audience, I tell about the Quran and so on. So I think we don't have time for that. So we just go on. I think this and the next verse, you know, so you can just skip the next one. Yeah, well, this we see here. What I think is quite of those who are for type A and B, which is very, very common in Indonesia. They say that genders have complementary roles. The wife is responsible at home, being a mother. The husband is charged of earning money and being a father. And the husband is the head of the family. This is what most I've interviewed in Indonesia think in this way. A few Norwegian would also think in this way. Some men, so one boy said the wife is the Minister of Home Affairs and the husband is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So things like that. But 80%, I would say, of the Norwegian Muslims, they do oppose this way of thinking. Next one. Then you have the equality. They say that equality is regarded ethically good at the human level, and this functions as glass through which they interpret the text. This might be happen quite unconsciously because they are blind to these glasses. They don't see that they have the Norwegian glasses. They think that they have just go to the text and interpret Islam as being 100% for gender equality. For example, that husband and wife both are head of the family in the same way. So they put great emphasis on texts that promote equality and small emphasis on texts that may seem gender discrimination. Yeah, next one. And arguments that they use, they say that our Quran improved the situation for women in Arabia, and true Islam promotes equality between men and women. And gender discrimination in some Muslim countries is caused by patriarchal culture, not Islam. So that means young Norwegian Muslims, they accuse their parents to be more influenced by the previous culture than by what they regard to be true Islam. But at the same time, then, as I said, the parents accuse their children of being more influenced by Norwegian culture than true Islam. And I think might be both are right. Both are influenced by the culture. And because I've also been in many different Muslim countries, among them Indonesia, and I know that the way the Norwegian Muslims or the younger Muslims are thinking generally is quite different from what is usual in most Muslim countries. So that means that they have the glasses on. Now, as a researcher, I'm neutral. I don't say who is correct. That is the personal. So how the personal interpretation, and I have to be neutral. I cannot say one is better than the other. It's very important. I'm neutral to that. But I think that might be both of them are blind to the culture glasses because everybody has, we all have culture glasses, being Norwegian or Somali or whatever. Next picture. Yeah, and so we see here, usually in this way, most specifically young Norwegian girls, Muslim girls, they are in the C, while more of the parents, they are in A and B. And like in B, I have seen, like in Indonesia, many think that, well, being obedient to the husband might be not present here on earth, but it is will be rewarded in paradise. This way of thinking, the Norwegian Muslims oppose very strongly. So I have not met one who is in this B factor among the Norwegian Muslims, girls, or but in Indonesia, quite a lot of married women were here that said that I have to be obedient to the husband. Sometimes it is hard, but it will be rewarded. Next. So, and then we have type D, equality is supported despite what's interpreted as patriarchal attitude in Islam. And one of them is like Amina Wadud, who is a well-known feminist Muslim. And she was interpreting like Al-Quran, chapter 4, verse 34, as you might know, on gender roles. And she said that she interpreted in an idealistic way, and then she said, well, she changed her attitude in 2006 and said, actually, there are some verses, if the Quran says a husband should discipline his wife physically. I cannot accept that. And then she said that actually, she said that there are some patriarchal words in the Quran, and this she would not adhere to. So then we see those in sector C, they say the Quran is 100% for gender equality, and we follow the Quran. But then in D, they also are for gender equality, but they say in sometimes this is despite the Quran, not because of the Quran. And then you see these are the more liberal Muslims that do not follow 100%. And in their negotiation, they give priority to what they think ethically is good as according to human Norwegian way of thinking, and they place this above what they interpret to be good according, or to be right according to a Muslim way of thinking. Next picture. So that means A and B, they read the text literally, and they say in Islam there are different gender laws and the wife should be obedient. In C, they say there is 100% equality in marriage and society according to Islam, and in D, they say equality despite certain patriarchal text in the Quran, or might be even more in the Hadith. Yeah, as they would see it. Next picture. So then we have this already. I think we can go further on. And generally, when I compare with Indonesia, they have quite different attitudes of what is true Islamic norms regarding the authority structure between husband and wife. The Indonesian respondents, a few females said that Islam prescribes a wife to be obedient to the husband, and this makes her life on earth better, and it's also good for her life here on earth. That means it is good to be obedient on this life here on earth, and it is good in the afterlife. But most of those interviewed say that obedience to the husband is like a sacrifice on earth. It is hard, but due to that, because it is hard, it is rewarded in paradise. Some married women told me that. And then a very, very few reason according to C and D, but these are less than 10% that I met in Indonesia, were in this C and D way of thinking. Next one. Then a very small group of Norwegian Muslim also favor A and B as they have in Indonesia, but the majority, both men and women, say that Islam prescribes full equality in marriage and society. That is type C. And I could say that before, the next leader, the second leader of the Labour Party in Norway, she is a Muslim. She was the next leader at that time, and many thought that she might become the next prime minister, because the Labour Party, they have the prime minister in Norway now, and she was second to the prime minister. But then, due to different things, she chose herself not to continue doing that. So she's an important politician, but not in that way. So then the Norwegian Muslim girls, they have that there could be even a lady that could be a Norwegian prime minister, and for them, they are very proud of that. They are proud of her, and for them, ladies going out and having high positions in society is very good for them. So that is, then some Norwegian Muslims, they say that the Quran and Hadith sometimes reflects former attitudes on authority structure between a man and women, and in these cases they might disagree. For example, when it says that in a court that the word of a man is double as the word of a woman, and they say this we cannot accept today, and so on. They could mention things like that. These are details, but they are not 100% obedient to the Quran. That is in type D. Also, those in type P, they are obedient to Muslim norms or the Quran and Hadith, might be 95% of cases, but then there might be a few cases where they say that, well, here on this case, I do not agree with the Quran. They tell me when I do the interviews. Yeah, next. So, the Norwegian Muslims, they have settled in Norway, and they have become part of the pluralist society in Norway, and that means that knowledge and personal friendship between citizens of different religions and worldviews is essential in promoting peace and harmony. And I will end with this one. We see this is a girl from Stavanger. She is also quite well-known Muslim in Norway. She is a Muslim wearing her hijab. At the same time, she wears the Norwegian national costume that are locally a bit different from region to region. So she has this Stavanger national costume, and with her hijab on it, that actually fits quite well to the Norwegian costume. And in this way, she said that she has an identity as a Norwegian, 100%, and identity as a Muslim, 100%. And I think it is very, very important. So this is one of the cases I'm fighting for, friendship between Muslims and non-Muslims in Norway. We are all Norwegians. We are fellow Norwegians, and that we can be friends. That means Muslims, Christians, atheists, Hindus, and whatever. I think most Muslims in Norway, they definitely have the same way of thinking. They want friendship, cooperation, and they live quite, I would say, harmonious in the Norwegian society. So that was, I hope, about 25 minutes. I didn't see the time, but so that was my presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Professor Levi. It was a very interesting presentation when you are arguing or proposing the concept of right and good and how this typological concept is accepted by two different communities in Norway and in Indonesia. We are waiting for your questions, so for those of you who are joining with us online, again, I would like to remind you that you can drop your questions in the link provided by the committee. And the next presenter we have, it's already joining with us also this afternoon, is Professor Andy Gao. Okay. Yeah. Good. So Professor Andy Gao is already joining with us. Can we see? Okay, good. There he is. Hello, good afternoon, Professor Gao. Is it afternoon time in Australia right now? I'm not sure.
Yes, yes.
Good. Oh, good. There, that's good. That's good. So you are in Sydney, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Professor Gao will be our second speaker for today's plenary. Also, he will have around 25 to 30 minutes time to deliver his presentations. But before we begin, I would like to read your short bio. Actually, it's not short because you have a very long CV. You have a very long publications and research, okay? So it's very difficult for me to make it short, right? But I'll try. Okay, so Professor Gao is a professor of language and literacy education. It's my field of study at the School of Education, University of New South Wales, Australia, which is based in Sydney. He is with his distinguished academic career, Professor Gao's research interests focus mostly on critical areas in language education, including learners' autonomy, language education policy, and teachers' education. His scholarships has greatly impacted the field, as evidenced by his numerous publications, I'm telling you again, including language learning motivations in a multilingual Chinese context. This is the publications he has in 2023. And also strategic language learning, the roles of agency and context. This is another publications that he has in 2010. He also excited to edit some key volumes, such as the second handbook of English language teachings. I believe for those of you who are English language teachers, you may be familiar with this one. Professor Gao has been widely recognized for his contributions to the field, receiving prestigious awards, like the TESOL Award for an outstanding paper on the non-native English-speaking teacher issued in 2013. Also, there's another award as the Faculty Outstanding Young Researcher Award from the University of Hong Kong in 2015. And he is also being named as one of the TESOL International's 30 Up and Coming Leaders in 2016. Lots of awards, isn't it? I told you, long CV. All right, and today Professor Gao will share with us his insight from his significant work. The title is Learning Languages with Technology. Our lessons during the pandemic and for the post-pandemic era. And in this paper, he explores the transformative impact of technology on language learning, particularly during the global pandemic that we have just experienced. And he offers some valuable lessons for shaping future education strategy. His expertise in navigating the challenges of remote and digital language education promises to provide us with some enriching perspectives that are relevant to both current and future educational contexts. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I don't want to talk too long about his research and publications. Let's just joining with us to listen the presentations from Professor Gao. Please, the time is yours. You have 25 to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manelli, and thank you for all your attention to my talk. And my talk is about learning language with technology, our lessons during the pandemic and for the post-pandemic era. I just want to sum up the most important lessons I've come up with in relation to learning language with technology is that we really need to put human learners at the center of language education. I will be discussing of the implications the rise of the generative AI tools has for language education. One of the most important lesson I want to draw is that we need to reconsider the goals of language education so that we can articulate the value of language learning to the public, because there's big worry that AI tools were replacing teachers and replacing the need for learning languages. Let's start with what we have experienced in recent years, an emergency switch to online learning and teaching. We learned so much during the pandemic because we suddenly, on a global scale, we've been using technology to teach languages and learn languages. And for this reason, we Professor Jian Tao and I co-edited a special issue for SYSTEM, the language, the International Journal of Applied Linguistics and Technology in Education. We explore the impact of this emergency switch to online learning and teaching and the use of technology, and we try to come up with some sort of lessons we have learned in the process. The pandemic is really a crisis, and with a crisis in Chinese, it's two words. One is the danger, the other is the opportunity. So that's why although we don't want to be in crisis a lot, but we also learn a lot when we are in a crisis. If you're interested in learning more about what we have learned from the process, you can go to this article, and I have the link, and the article is open access, so you can download the article free from the System Journal. This is basically an editorial overview, but also a review of studies in relation to language teaching and learning online. The entire special issue has almost like 26 articles divided into 3 sections. The first section is to do with language teachers and teaching online. The second section is to do with language learners learning online. And third is only one article is to do with the institutional, the kind of support that we need to learn language and teach language online. So I'm just going to quick sum up of what we have learned. We certainly have learned a lot to do with learning and teaching language with technology by experiencing, by implementing the use of online technology on such global scale. Never happened before, but we had this, and I don't call it lucky year, but we had these 2 or 3 years using technology on a such global scale in learning and teaching languages. And so there are a few issues to do with language learners. For instance, last I was talking about emotions. You probably not be surprised, because emotion is a very important part of learning process. And the studies also look at language learners' perceptions and to do with using technology, learning languages, and also their practices. And in addition, that the studies also look at readiness for learning, because we need to make sure that students are ready for learning with technology online. If I may have a minute to elaborate what kind of findings we have in relation to students or teachers' perception practices, and certainly we found that in order to make learning and teaching language with technology online successful, we need to have a purposeful design. The technology also enables us to give students or learners immediate feedback. We also noticed that learners and teachers trying to create virtual communities to support each other in learning, and the technology enables us to provide scaffolding materials to promote autonomous learning among language learners as well. Readiness for learning is very important. For this reason, we need to think about how we can support our language learners. We can motivate our language learners and their attitudes and towards online learning with technology, and how they have been engaging in online learning context. And I don't want to go to details in relation to these findings, but if you're interested, you can go download the article and for more details. The most important message is that we need to think about the positive attitudes and supported learning environments. So language learners and teachers need to have positive attitudes towards the use of technology online, and we need to use the technology to establish and maintain supported learning environments for each other. I would like to elaborate a bit more on emotions. Emotions seem to be a very, very major topic in language education in the last few years, because it seems that there's a kind of emotional turn in language education research. The most commonly studied emotions in learning and teaching technology with technology online is boredom, and because I think it's very normal that it's not surprising that people can get bored when we try to have meetings online. So we in order to sort of address the issue of boredom, we also need to think about coping strategies. There are a lot of longitudinal studies, cross-sectional studies to look at students' boredom and how they cope with boredom when they are learning language with technology online. And we also know that boredom is to do with multiple factors. For instance, learners can feel understimulated in the process of online learning. They may have low perceived control over tasks, and giving them control of the tasks is very important, because that will motivate them to be more engaged. And they may receive insufficient attention because so many students online, and then they make their boredom may be induced by the user-unfriendly technology. So these are the kind of a lesson we have learned with a kind of a learning and teaching with technology online. Language teachers, of course, they play a very important role. They need to adapt, and they also have to pay the price, and they adapt to the new teaching norm by or through collaborative teaching. They even use translingual practice or pedagogy, and using multiple languages in the process to engage students in the learning process. And they also have quite significant emotional experiences, because some of them never used the technology in teaching, and all of a sudden they were asked to do teaching with, teach languages online with technology, and they go through kind of a profound identity change. And also they gain, as a result of the new experience, they gain pedagogical competence as well. And there are three important questions that sometimes we need to ask when we look at these studies, and when we try to adapt our new selves, new roles in learning and or teaching languages, particularly in teaching languages with technology online. We need to think about, as teachers, what kind of persona do we present before students online? How do our practice go along with our beliefs? And sometimes you don't necessarily practice what we believe in, which is very unfortunate. whether we have enough support for the demanding practice. These questions are very important. If we have positive answers to the third question, for instance, we have enough support for the demanding practice, and then we will feel much more empowered to do something new and something quite different from what we used to do. And the last question is a very important, most important one. We have a lot of technology, but how can we design good pedagogy using the technology resources we have, or using the limited technology resources we have? And this is very important questions. How can we design better, good pedagogy? And a lot of teachers will also ask questions whether we have research evidence to inform our design. This is into questions that we will continue pursuing answers to. We need to do more research to generate kind of research evidence that teachers needed to inform their pedagogical design. Just quick go through these institutional support and policy issues, because we know that different teachers work in different institutional contexts, and some are quite disadvantaged in terms of institutional resources they could access. Many didn't have adequate resources, and the impact of the broad social context is quite obvious. And for instance, and how teachers maintain interactions with parents, whether teachers have adequate institutional support for language for them to prepare, design, implement, evaluate online education, whether there were sufficient resources for professional development for language teachers. Luckily, that we all somehow survived the pandemic years. So we now return to face-to-voice on-site teaching, but we did have valuable experience of the last few years, and we can reflect on the experience we had, and so we can integrate the use of technology in language learning and teaching, even we return to normal face-to-face on-site learning. But in the middle of the pandemic, then we almost entered into a brave new world for language teachers, because I think near the end of the pandemic, we heard about the rise of AI, and you may have heard about AI tools like ChatGPT and Sora. May have more AI tools these days. And then we have to ask our questions that where technology developments, these technology developments are blessings or actually curses, because many of us may feel that with these technology tools replace us, and not US, but us. And there's like a lot of technology tools coming from US. And hence this is part of the biggest lesson for language educator from these pandemic or post-pandemic era. In response to the rise of technology tools, Richard Kern, a famous researcher on the use of technology in language education, wrote an article in Modern Language Journal. I think it's open access again, so if you're interested in download the article, retained by human beings as essential skills. So we're happy to let technology tools to do these. We are committed to retaining human beings when we need to get these tasks done, but they can be approached by using these tools to facilitate the growth of skills and knowledge, competences, attributes, and dispositions together with human beings. And that's really to do with teaching. We know that we want students to develop certain kind of skills, knowledge, competences, attributes, or dispositions, and we want to play a role as human teachers, but we also use technology tools to help us so that we can help students grow as fast as possible or as efficiently as possible with the help with these tools. I think these are three questions we need to consider, but I'm afraid that although Richard Kern talks about that there are certain tasks, for instance, human beings are much better providing emotional support to our students, which might be true today, but I'm not entirely sure whether machines or AI tools cannot provide human emotional support to our students in the future. So increasingly, we need to look at answers to the second question, that there are tasks that can be done by technology tools, but we need as human beings, need to do these tasks because these tasks are to do with the essential skills to do with human beings. Hence, I think we need to kind of redefine the value of learning languages because I think in the future, there are people talking about that people said, well, you don't need to learn languages because basically you can have AI tools, and if you have AI tools or device in the future, you can choose to listen to my lecture speaking in the language you choose to listen in. But I can also choose the language I want to deliver this presentation in, but we will be using our language of preference, but we can still perfectly understand each other because the AI tools can facilitate almost instant, real-time communication, even though we speak in different languages. So what's the point of learning languages? And I think many people will ask that whether it's necessary for us to learn language, because learning languages takes time and takes a lot of effort, whether we can spend the time and effort on something more enjoyable. As a result, we think there's a need for us to redefine the value of learning languages, and there's a need to synergize so-called second language acquisition research and second language teaching research. Or probably we need to think about not in terms of second language acquisition learning and second language teaching, but we may think about in terms of second language education. Education is much broader than the kind of technical learning and acquisition of language items. And I think this is the most important thing when we talk about education, that we need a shift from teaching language knowledge to fostering human growth. That's why I would like to advance the argument for second language education. So education is not about learning technical knowledge or skills, it's about our human growth. Hence, we need to consider the purpose of education in relation to second language education. There's sort of I think this guy called Biesta, he's a kind of European education philosopher kind of thing. He does a lot of work on redefining the purpose of education or goals of education. For some of the arguments he puts forward is not something totally new to us. He talks about that education has different purposes. The first purpose is qualification. So we go to a university, we get a degree, we get a qualification, and the qualification certifies that we have certain skills, knowledge that enable us to do certain things or undertake certain professions, for instance, teaching. And the second most important purpose of education is to do socialization. So we go to a place, we not only learn things, but also we kind of transform from our individual selves into social selves. By socializing to a community, a group, we not only make friends, have a social connection, but also we acquire the kind of valuable values, cultural practice, knowledge, associated with the collective, the cultural collective, the community. And then the third most important purpose of education is called subjectification. That's to do with that we learn to become a subject of our lives, and which means subject verb means that the subject is the person who, or the subject is kind of does certain action. So in a sense, we learn to become, well, we can say, well, take ownership of learning, we can manage our own learning, we can almost manage our life, and we can decide what we want to do in our the learning process and in our life. So that's called subjectification. Together with my colleague, Professor Nguyen Zhen, we have been trying to use these kind of ideas to reconceptualize second language education. We want to re-articulate the purpose or redefine the purpose of language education. We're saying, well, in a sense, it's not really something new, but we consider this is an attempt to return to some of the important basics. First of all, we think that it's important for us to think that we learn language. We learn language in particular ways. We learn particular kind of language. We learn language as kind of a practice, which is dynamic, adaptive, emergent. It's not just a preset of grammar and vocabulary, which probably can be dealt with very efficiently by the use of AI tools. We're talking about a kind of interactive, adaptive, that a kind of raptive of a language practice, and so we know that we can use language appropriately in different contexts for different purposes. We also want to emphasize the importance of interculturality. That means when we learn language, we try to understand different people speaking different languages with different kind of cultures. So we emphasize not just about language knowledge development. We emphasize the intercultural communicative competence development, or we try to encourage our students to become intercultural citizenship. We try to emphasize the importance of multicultural development. So we acquire different kind of knowledge associated with different cultural groups. We also develop the kind of critical cultural awareness that we were trying to figure out that there are a lot of things in common, but there's also different ways to approach different the same thing by different peoples. And we also talk about the importance of translanguaging, and we mean with the use of multiple languages to make sense of something. And transpositioning means that when we do something in our life, we almost kind of move from one identity to the other identity. You can, I think, listening to the previous speaker, you can sense that sometimes we move from the role of father to a member of a religious community, and that we position ourselves differently at the same time. And sematizing is complicated, means that we use different semiotical tools and different resources to make sense of what's going on in the world. And we emphasize the importance of exchanging different values and knowledge systems in language education. We learn from each other the ways we approach the world, we produce knowledge, we understand each other. So it's much more deep understanding rather than the kind of a traditional focus on grammar, vocabulary, which I believe that the grammar and vocabulary can be dealt with very competently by AI tools in the future. And of course, grammar and vocabulary are very important for us to achieve the kind of intercultural understanding as well. And anyway, the purpose of language education or second language education is to focus on our learners' growth as a person. Hence, we'll be talking about agency and many others. I will particularly spend some of the time of this presentation on agency, because agency is the kind of topic I started with in my academic career. And we probably can come up with a list of core characteristics, attributes, competencies, and disposition that can be used to define as human beings. That I think that's the focus of our language education, because language education is part of education, and education is to grow human beings. So we need to think about what are the essential characteristics, attributes, competencies, disposition we cannot do away with, even we know that we have very competent AI tools who can do almost all the tasks in the future. Maybe not immediate in the immediate future, but in the future, that AI tools can do a lot of things that human beings now can imagine them to. I have so many trends in my previous slides. So what that trends means, well, I found it really difficult to explain these trends in such a short time. But if you watch this movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once, and if you understand the main message of this movie, and you probably understand what these translanguaging, transpositioning, transsematizing mean. So if you're interested in learning more about transsematizing, transpositioning, I encourage you to watch this movie. The reason why we think it's very important for us to reconceptualize second language education as the important lesson for the post-pandemic era is, I don't know whether you recognize this cartoon figure. If you're older like I am, You probably remember this cartoon movie called War-E. Um, it's a science fiction movie, cartoon movie, but it talks about many years ahead. Human beings will be like this kind of a person presented in this slide, because we don't really use our fingers or legs a lot. We grow very fat. We don't use our brain. Our brain become very small because we constantly rely on computer technology to do things for us. This is something I don't want human beings to become. That's why I think it's very important for us to talk about back to human growth. I'm sorry that there's table here. In Chinese, we have a saying called 10 years to grow a tree, 100 years to grow a person. That's to do with the kind of importance of learning and how learning means for life. And the reason why it takes 100 years to grow a person, because very few person in this room on this or online with us will live up to 100 years. And if you think about how it takes 100 years to grow a person, literally means it's kind of we learn till we drop. So it's a kind of lifelong learning concept. And I think I checked up some Indonesian proverbs. This is one of Indonesian proverb. Clever people study when they can. So whenever that we can learn, we study, we learn. So there's no end of learning. Learning is constant about self-growth, self-improvement. We know that if we drive a car, we can basically we can travel at the speed of 100 kilometers per hour, but this doesn't mean that we shouldn't spend, say, 4 years training ourselves to improve, that we can have a running speed, so we can be 0.1 second faster than before. We are in a 100-meter race at the Olympics. So it's self-improvement, self-growth has no end, and we have to constantly doing something to improve that ourselves, to improve that we are better than yesterday. Even the kind of gains we achieved in comparison with what technology can do for us is really minimal. But as long as we can be better than we were yesterday, and that's learning. That's the most important thing about learning. That's a question that we need to ask, that a person needs to have in order to remain human. My argument is that we need to learn, and this, I think the French philosopher used to say, think, therefore we are. I would argue, learn, therefore we are in the future when we have powerful AI tools who can do everything for us. I don't really become the kind of person you see on the slide. And hence, I think agency becomes a very important focus for us. I don't think I have time to finish this talk in relation, but I want to just quickly come to the end of my talk. Sorry. Because there's too much, I don't have time, it's too much. Basically, what I want to argue is that when we talk about learning, or language learning, the ultimate goal for language learning is that we need to shift research focus and education focus from explaining the differences to supporting agentive lifelong learners. We are focusing on we can have lifelong learners in a language classroom, and we want to make sure that language learners, they don't just want to make correct sentences. They can, with the AI tools, they can make correct sentences anyway, and they want to be taken seriously, and they want to be listened to, and not just heard and respected. I think the ultimate goal of learning language for intercultural cross-cultural communication. And also, it's very important for us to remember as language teachers is that if you decided you want to promote learn agency, you need to recognize that we don't just teach language, we also teach learners. And we also help our learners to learn to coexist with technology tools in the future. Thank you. I think it's...
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Andy Gao. Again, we have a very interesting topic delivered by our second presenter today. Talks about the advanced technology that we are currently experiencing right now, especially on the development on the sector of artificial intelligence. And Professor Gao looking at how this development, vast development of technology change or challenge the teachers in classrooms, while at the same time is also looking at this from the perspective of learners' agency. So we are now coming to the discussion sessions, correct? And we have like around 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, for this discussions. First of all, we would like to invite the participants from the room, the on-site participants, to ask questions to either of our presenter, maybe Professor Gao or Professor Levi that has been joining us with us earlier. So please, if you could help me to raise your hand if you have questions so that we can put you online. Yes, we have one participant at the back. Maybe the committee here can help me to provide her with a microphone so we can listen the questions. And we also have another questions from Bapak, yeah? Okay. Ladies first. Please mention your name and which. Okay. Yeah. To who do you want to give your questions? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for the chance that giving to me. For the first question is for the first I would like to introduce myself. My name is Hikmah. I'm trainer in Regional Human Resource Development Agency from West Nusa Tenggara. I would like to ask Prof. Levi or Levi? Levi, okay. It's interesting to me if I heard from you that the phenomenon or facts in Norwegia, the young Muslim raised in Norwegia most religious active than their parents, or small town more liberate than in big cities. Okay, and I would like to say that in Indonesia we know about religious moderation. How about your perspective and about your point of view to see about moderation, religious moderation? Is there in Norwegia is also have a concept about religious moderation, because moderation is not liberal and not also conservation, but how to balance and how to be a Muslim or other religious to don't be judge other, don't be judge other, and we have a tolerance to the other people, have difference to us. And is there in Norwegia have a conflict that are carried out in the name of religions, like in Indonesia we have a conflict phenomenon about religious carry out about religious. And the second is to Prof. Gao, yeah. I believe that the language is a pace to learn about culture, and we have to get habituation to practice another language, because we are not as a first a native or English especially as a second language. How about your suggestion to the people in country or to us that English is a second language, how to finish mental blocks and how to enjoy the second language, and we will learn as your quotes is in the orang bijak belajar ketika mereka bisa. The people clever wants to learn ketika mereka bisa, tapi orang bodoh belajar ketika mereka terpaksa. Nah, what's your suggestion so we can learn second language as enjoy and happy learning? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I think I forgot your name a little bit. Like, can you mention your name?
My name is Hikmah.
Hikmah. Okay, thank you, Mbak Hikmah. All right, now we are going to our second participant there. Yes, Bapak, please mention your name first. Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask about the problem in English teaching, because I was an English teacher. I am actually German teacher, but the problem is the English teacher they have a big problem to teach English in junior high school, because the English level in junior high school is too high, and the children don't know anything about English, about subject, about to be, they don't know. I would like to ask, can we teach only the basic one? Because they don't know anything about English in the high level what we are teaching now. So I can say English teacher in senior high school are sick about the problem. Would you mind to give us the solution? Thank you very much.
So, Bapak, can I have your name?
Ali in
Ali.
SMA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are asking about how to deal with lots of problems of teaching in high school that you are currently experiencing, right? So particularly in high school. Okay, thank you. We will have one more questions, and then we will listen to the response from our presenters. Okay. Can the committee help me providing the microphone to Ibu?
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Laila Hikmah Nur Batra from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Ibu Handa?
Laila.
Oh, Laila.
Ella.
Sorry.
Okay. So my question is directed to Mr. Gao. Andy Gao. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm intrigued with the two words. He mentioned about transpositioning and transsemiotizing. So I would like to know more, how can the two ideas, transpositioning and transsemiotizing, helps the learners to acquire or to learn English in their class? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Laila. Well, for these first sessions, we have 3 participants. Can we go to the presenters to answer first? Yeah, okay, right. The first questions from Ibu Hikmah, is for both of our presenters, Professor Levy and Professor Gao. Professor Levy, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes. So let me just. Do you know the questions, or do you want to proceed, or do you want me to repeat?
If you want to repeat for everybody to remember, yep.
Okay,
You
so
may repeat.
yes, Ibu Hikmah is asking about religious moderations that is happening in our country here in Indonesia, and she's asking about how is this issue in Norway, okay, so, and if there's any conflict or phenomena that also appear in Norway related to plurality, maybe because both countries are quite plural, right, in my opinion. So perhaps you can give your point of view on this.
Yep. So, firstly, you were talking about the spectrum of Muslims, and specifically second, third generation Muslims growing up in Norway. And there is a very, very wide spectrum. So you have a very few handful that even went to Syria to support ISIS and going on that, but this is a handful, less than 50 persons. And then some others are more, there are someone wearing the niqab of the girls and so on. This is a kind of more conservative or Wahhabi waking up that has been also among Norwegian Muslims, but they are very few, these groups also. And then on the other side, there are those who are, I would say, compared to Indonesia, very, very liberal. They are Muslims, they have a Muslim identity, but they have Norwegian girlfriend, boyfriends, they drink alcohol, they eat bacon, they live very secular life. But then in between are, I would say, quite a large group that you could say are moderate. That are they practice Islam, but even though, so it could be that they are very convinced and very strong Muslims, but then they understand Islam in their Norwegian way and with the Norwegian glasses. So one example are these girls that are very strict on keeping the prayer times exactly, doing the fasting exactly. They are very vocal as Muslims, they wear the hijab, but at the same time, according to them, Islam is 100% for equality among genders, so they are very strong feminists, for example. So they are, you could say in one way they are moderate, but they are very, very convinced Muslims, but some of what they regard to be Islam might be some different from what is common in Indonesia regarding gender roles, for example. And usually also, I would say, regarding homosexuality, most Muslims in Norway are skeptical to that and have, but at the same time, they tolerate in society. So in the practical way, they are, I would think, more tolerant and more open to this than what is common in most Muslim countries. Regarding conflicts, Norway is, as Indonesia, a pluralistic society. So here might about 50% or more than 50% are members of the Norwegian Church, but I think less than 50% in Norway believe in God. So more than 50% do not believe in God. That I mean they are agnostic and or atheist. And then we have also Hindus, we have Buddhists, quite a lot of Buddhists now actually. So it is a pluralistic society. And Norway has been very, very struggling to create peace and harmony. So we have one subject in school teaching religions, ethics, and worldviews, where everybody takes part and where we learn about the major religions like Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, and so on. But also that they learn about atheism and atheist philosophy on the same level, in a neutral way, but in a way trying to help seeing with the perspective of the opponent. So I think what is so important in the Norwegian education on this topic is the ability to see with the views of the others, to understand for a Muslim to understand how non-Muslims, Christians or atheists think, and for a Christian to understand how a Muslim and an atheist think, and so on, to take the perspective of the others and to have not only tolerance, but to have a genuine respect. So due to that, I think that I would say the conflicts are quite smaller than even in Sweden and Denmark. The conflicts has been more, but here there is also a council of religions and worldviews where Muslims, atheists, Jews, and so on are together, and there are very good relationships. And one example of that is there were an attack on a Jewish synagogue some years ago. I think this is 6 years ago, and then the young Norwegian Muslims arranged a big demonstrations of Muslims protecting the Jews and the synagogue and for the rights of the Jews. That is a small majority in Norway, and this was, I think, seen international because that was quite unheard of in many countries, that the Muslims in so strongly defend the rights of the Jews. So in this way, I think that the way of tolerance and harmony in Norway has become very good through teaching in school and through a cooperation between the different religions that is very, very active and respecting and each other. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for a very extensive answer from Professor Levi regarding the religious moderations in Norway, as well as when it deals with conflict. So there are conflicts as well, right, in Norway, because there are many religious community also live in Norway, especially Norway is also close to the many people from the Jew people also live there in Norway together with the Muslims. And one of the suggestions being recommended here by Professor Levi is the importance of tolerance, okay, among plural communities. Okay, now let's see the second question from Pa Ali. Oh, you also have a second question for Professor Gao. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Professor Gao, so Ibu Ihikma also asked you what you can suggest to EFL learners in Indonesia to enjoy second language learning, especially in our context, which is quite different than Australia. Professor Gao?
Sorry, no,
yes.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, thank you for the question. I
welcome.
think I have to say, well, learning language is a difficult thing. So, like, luckily, you want to learn anything, it's quite a difficult thing. So it's not really in Australia or in Indonesia, people find learning languages easier. But I think in the future, or at the moment, even when we talk about tools that are available, that can generate a lot of resources for our students, enable them to have a better control of the learning process, have more say in the learning process as well. So if we can use these tools carefully or strategically, we can enhance that language learners' motivation to ensure that they can enjoy while they also learn something. I think people learn something at the moment, mostly they want to get something done. So give them a sense of achievement as enabled by the technological resources. They will become much more motivated. But in the future, I think in the future, because the AI tools probably can do most of the tasks we think we need to do, it's more about self-improvement. We don't learn for. I'm just imagining that in the future. I'm not talking about now. In the future, because we probably would learn something because we just want to be better than we were yesterday. That's the whole point of learning. Because if we say, well, learn something to address some practical problems, that kind of practical problems usually can be taken care of by AI tools. That's the kind of future I'm sort of imagine that may happen. Learning is more about the meaning of life. I'm not sure whether I answered the question.
Yes, Mbak Hikmah, what do you think on Professor Gao's explanation? Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Gao. And we also have another questions for you from a different participant, Pa Ali,
Yeah.
here, asking about the problems, focusing on the problems of ELT teaching in high school level in Indonesia. And he's asking for your suggestions on how to deal with the ELT, second language teaching, and high school level. So have you been to Indonesia before, Professor Gao?
Just once I was in Yogyakarta for a conference.
Do you know
so
anything? Do you know anything about Indonesian education, especially at high school level?
I don't have much knowledge, but I do have quite a few Indonesian students, and they're wonderful students. So I guess, I mean, I can sense that this gentleman's frustration, but I think all the teachers in all contexts I talk to will have similar frustrations. It's increasingly difficult to teach students. I think the problem that we experiencing teaching in language classroom or in a classroom becomes increasingly complicated. But I guess that's the why we need human teachers. In Australia, in many of the universities, we are talking about shutting down language programs, and a lot of university language instructors may be losing their jobs because university presidents think, well, it's not important for us to teach languages anymore. If students want to learn language, they can just learn from AI tools or computer based. So yes, we are dealing with very, very frustrating classroom situations. But that's part of the reason why we are needed in the classroom in the first place. In the future, what I can imagine is that technology may solve some of the problems that we don't need to teach the kind of a grammar or vocabulary that students hate to teach. We can engage with our students to discuss why we need to learn, or what can we do with the language we learn, rather than get them to sit on the desk, on their chairs properly, so they can do something that you want them to do. That kind of things could be probably done with the help of AI tools. Give them they will be beyond working on computers. They have individualized learning programs in relation to the kind of vocabulary, grammar they have to learn in order to they can participate in having in oral conversations or participating in a real life task competently. And so hopefully that technology will release that part of teaching. But instead, we needed to deal with profound human problems in the language classrooms as well, together with students. I imagine that the students will, like people today, we constantly wonder about the meaning of life, or why we have to do this and why I have to do that kind of questions. Then we don't have answers as teachers, probably, but we can probably sit down, explore these answers to these questions together with the students. Although I said that computers or AI tools can also provide mental health support, emotional support to students, but I still strongly believe that human beings still need support from human beings in terms of emotional support. Even though we are not perfect in providing the kind of things our students need, but they probably still appreciate they're getting support. They will be getting support from human beings rather than machine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I agree. Teaching is challenging, right? Teaching a second language is challenging, and Professor Gao here is suggesting us to apply technology. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Gao. And there is actually one more questions. There is actually one more questions. Yeah. There is actually one more questions from Ibu Laila.
Yeah.
Huh?
To do with transpositioning and trans-Semitizing. Yeah.
Ibu
One
Laila,
example
can
is,
you,
yeah.
I'm not really quite follow your questions.
No, I understand the question, so I can answer the question.
Oh, okay. You got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just give you an example. For instance, when we learn languages, and we talk about systematizing, basically means we're using different kind of meaning-making resources like visuals, audios, or gestures to make sense of what's going on. That's one way to understand systematizing. So in language classrooms, we can use physical response, physical gestures to help each other understand the language. Another thing is that we are also using different kind of knowledge making resources. For instance, to assume that different cultures will have different ways of understanding the world. For instance, I talk about crisis. In crisis, different people in different cultures respond to word crisis very differently. But the Chinese culture's tradition enables me to see that crisis has two sides. One side is to do with risks, danger. The other is to do with opportunities, development. So if we use this kind of a different cultural system in teaching language, will help our students develop much more profound understanding of a particular word. And it's more just learning a word, but also they learn a different way of looking at things.
Okay, great.
It's just
Oh.
yeah. So that's the example that I could give to you.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much, Professor.
Yeah.
Gao. I'm really sorry because we are, we have a very limited
Oh.
of time here, and we
Sure.
have another plenary sessions going on. I'm really
So-
sorry for that, but yeah, thank you
you.
so much to both of the participants. I'm really sorry for the online participants who are unable to ask questions or to our two amazing presenters today. But I think you can still ask questions personally to their email, to their personal email or school email, all right? I think it's possible. All right, again, since we are now at the end of the second plenary sessions, I would like to thank for your participations during the second plenary sessions. I'll see you again on the next conference, maybe. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum
Bye.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Gao.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor Levy. Thank you for joining with us.
Bye.
And thank you very much for Dr. Bonista Zulanda Melanie for leading our second plenary session for today. You may now return to your seat. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as scheduled, we are now going to have our very short break. This break will last approximately 15 minutes, and from 3:30 to 3:45. And at 3:45, we would like to request every one of you to re-enter this venue for our third and final plenary session for today. Thank you and enjoy your well-deserved break.
Attention please. To all participants who are still outside, please kindly return to your seat. Once again, we would like to remind all participants who are still outside, please kindly return to your seat as our event will start. Nggak perlu.
Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. So far, we have had 2 of our plenary sessions, and now we are finally ready to proceed this event with our 3rd and final plenary session. For this last plenary session, we are going to listen to 3 of our eminent keynote speakers. The first one will be Dr. Nguyen Thi Mai Hu from National Foreign Language Project, Ministry of Education and Training, Vietnam. The second keynote speaker will be Associate Professor Sheila Wenninger from National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And our final keynote speaker will be Novi Tri Darmayanti and Nurasri Novitasari from Goethe Institute, Indonesia. And now, without further ado, to moderate this session, please help me welcome our moderator, Dr. Arafik M. Hom.
And ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge applause for our last plenary session for today? Thank you very much.
Well, all right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Arafik. It's my honor to be the moderator of this plenary sessions 3. Yeah. So this is the last sessions of these plenary sessions. Here with us, we have 4 speakers, right? The first speakers is, let me see my notes. The first speaker is Dr. Nguyen T. Mei Hu. Is that the correct pronunciation of your name? Is? Okay. Dr. Nguyen T. Mei Hu is the director of a National Language Project, Ministry of Education and Training, Vietnam. And she has engaged in a wide range of national projects, professional conferences, education activities, and has made contribution to the development of Vietnam's national foreign languages education. She also serves as the Deputy Director of Language Testing and Assessment Center of the University of Languages and International Studies, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. Ms. Hu is going to present a paper entitled Literacy Education in the New National General Education Curriculum in Vietnam. The second speaker is Associate Professor Chila Wenninger. Okay, am I right? From National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Ms. Chila has been involved in researching and teaching critical digital literacy. She has published in major international journals of applied linguistics and is also a lead editor of the journal Linguistics and Education. Later, she's going to present the paper entitled Bridging the Home School Divide in Digital Literacy. And last speakers, so we have 2 here. We have here, the first one is Ibu Novi Tri Darmayanti. Ibu Novi Tri Darmayanti was graduated from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia with a degree in German education. She interested in education, culture, and architecture, and also concerned with sustainability. Currently, she serves as the project coordinator for PASCH. I don't know what does this stand for. How to read this? PASS, right? At least PASS is schools patterns for the future. Okay, at Goethe Institute Indonesian, Jakarta, Indonesia. Okay. She has her co-presenter, right? Ibu Nur Novita Sari. Ibu Nur Novita Sari holds a bachelor degree in German language from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Since 2009, she has joined PASCH. Okay, am I right? PASCH, PASCH. Okay, as the assistant with focusing on marketing and public relations for PASCH. They will present the paper about the Sampasador program. Okay. Okay. Without further ado, let's welcome the first speaker. Yeah. Miss Dr. Nguyen to begin the presentations. Time's yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our dear friends and teachers. It's my great honor to be here today to share with you about a case in Vietnam about literacy education in general education. And my presentation today is to focus on literacy education in general education and specifically in English language education in Vietnam. Okay, so my presentation will cover three parts. One is about the general education, new general education curriculum in Vietnam, issued in 2018. And next, I'm going to share with you about literacy education in Vietnam, implementing the new curriculum, the new national curriculum of Vietnam. And a little bit more about the reforms that we have made in literacy education in Vietnam. Thank you very much. Okay, so in this century, the 21st century, and specifically in the last 10 years, there have been so many changes, specifically in technology, economic conditions, and in many other aspects of life. So the government and the Central Party of Vietnam believe that there should be changes and totally comprehensive reform of the education system in Vietnam too, so that the learners, the people of Vietnam, gonna be equipped with the knowledge and skills and competences to cope with the new changes and to help the Vietnamese country to develop and to cooperate with other countries in the world. Okay, so the Ministry of Education and Training is in charge of the general education of Vietnam from grade preschool to grade 12, from grade 1 to grade 12 of general education. And the MOET has been implementing a lot of activities to cater for or to implement the directions and of the Central Party and the government of Vietnam since 2013 up to now. And in 2018, with the support of the experts from the World Bank, we have successfully issued the new national curriculum of general education. And the new, a very important change or reform of the new national curriculum is now we will focus, the curriculum was developed based on developing the competences of the learners. Okay. And since 2020 and up to now, we have been implementing the new curriculum, but a lot of work has been done so that we can implement the new curriculum in the whole country. Okay, there are 63 provinces and cities in Vietnam. We saw almost about 12,000 billions people, learners from grade 1 to grade 12. Okay. And you can see here, I'm talking about a little bit more about the goals, the overall goals of the national curriculum issued in 2018. That is, we're trying to develop to the learners, to equip the learners with the 5 basic qualities. They are patriotism, humanity, hard work, responsibility, and honesty. So there are 5 important qualities that we need the learners to have. And also we need them to develop their competences. There are different groups of competences relating to the skills and qualities that the citizens will need to equip in the 21st century. Okay. You can see on the screen, there are self-study and independence, communication and cooperation, problem solving and innovation. You can see that, right? And there are specific groups of competences that the learner needs to develop as well. They are literacy, numeracy, science, technology, aesthetics, and also physical conditions of the learners, among which there are science and technologies, and also other groups of competences will help to develop, to orient the learners towards the next levels of education with the career orientation as well. Okay. And with relate to literacy, literacy is one of the abilities that the learner needs to develop for themselves in the very important part of the new national curriculum of Vietnam. And I'm not talking about the concept of this because all the other presenters have already mentioned it. And in Vietnam, literacy education is delivered in all the subjects, and specifically in the 3 subjects, namely Vietnamese language subject, foreign languages subject, and the subjects of the ethnic minority languages. There are more than 50 ethnic minority groups and languages in Vietnam. Anyways, less than the languages here in Indonesia, right? Among those 3 subjects, Vietnamese language subject is the compulsory subject from grade 1 to grade 12. And English subject, foreign languages cover 7 foreign languages. English, French, German, Russian, Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. You can select one among the 7 foreign languages as our first foreign language in the general education in Vietnam. And the first foreign language is a compulsory subject from grade 3 to grade 12. And for grade 1 and 2, it is an elective subject. And for ethnic minority languages, of the ethnic minority groups, this subject is also elective subject, and the subject hasn't been delivered yet in the new general education because of many reasons, among which it is very difficult for us to develop the curriculum or syllabus of delivering, of teaching the languages. Okay? And here's the Vietnamese language subjects, more about literacy education is relating to the Vietnamese language subjects with the goals to develop the ability to speak, read, and write Vietnamese language. Okay. And also the Vietnamese literature as well. And when studying the Vietnamese language subject, we are studying the literatures of the other countries as well. Okay. And also we can see there are competences, other competences, and the basic qualities that the learners need to develop, also embedded in the textbook and the lesson planning and the syllabus of the Vietnamese language subjects, as you can see in here. And similar to what I've said with you, with the overall goals and competences that the learners need to develop from grade 1 to grade 12. Yes. Okay. And relating to the English language subjects, similar goals and objectives as compared to the Vietnamese language subject, but the expected English language proficiency is different. The reasons why I'm talking about English language subject only, because 99% of the foreign language learners select English as their first foreign language. And so when talking about the foreign language subjects in Vietnam right now, almost we say English language subject. That's the reason why. The other languages, the other 6 languages that the students can select to study as their first foreign language, almost all delivered at the schools for gifted students only. Okay. And for expected language, I will focus on the expected English language proficiency that the learner needs to have. So after primary schools, the learners will need to get the A1 of the CFR, and by the end of the lower secondary schools, levels grade 9, the learners will need to reach A2 levels. And for upper secondary or high school, the learner will need to reach the C1 level of the CFR. Okay. And to share with you, that's the difference between this one and this new English language curriculum as compared to the old one, is that the new one, with the new one, the learners need to reach B1 levels of the CFR as compared to the previous curriculum, is that the learners just only need to reach the A2 levels of the CFR. Okay, and some facts and figures of the, okay, I'm not talking about this because later on I will share with you about this. Some facts and figures about the two subjects and literacy education in Vietnam. Yeah, you can see that the literacy rate in Vietnam is so high. Almost 100% all the Vietnamese learners are literate. Yeah, and the level 1 here refers to the ability to independently use the language in communication, in daily communication and study. And level 2, the learners are confident in using the language in learning and work besides communications, not daily communications. So the level 1, to some extent, similar to the level B1 of the CFR, and level 2 here of the Vietnamese framework, similar to level B2 of the CFR and higher. Okay, and the reason why 100% of the Vietnamese learners reach C1 or C, or level 1 or level 2 of the proficiency of Vietnamese language is that the Vietnamese language. The Vietnamese people find studying the language easily because we have the transcription system with the Roman alphabet, so it's easy for us to study and then to learn how to the phonetics and also the writing transcription system. Okay. And yeah, again, I want to mention that 99% of all the foreign languages learners in Vietnam select to learn English. German and others just only account for 1%, only about 90 to 60,000 learners across the country. And in order to implement the new curriculum and specifically relating to literacy education with the two subjects, a lot of activities have been implemented in Vietnam relating to textbook development, teachers, education and training, facility, equipment, and also building new schools as well. And among which the focus of the ministry is on developing the professional knowledge of the teachers. And you can see here, I'm talking about, sharing with you about two pieces of information. One is about the language, the knowledge of the subject of the teachers. If it is Vietnamese, this is easy, right? But it is the foreign languages like English, this is more difficult. And as I told you, with the old curriculum, national curriculum, the learners were expected to get the A2 levels of the CFR only. With the new curriculum, the learners are expected to get the B1 levels. And so the teachers need to improve their language proficiency, English language proficiencies as well. And so with our examination tested with 5,000 English language teachers across the country in 2011, only 5% of them got the B2 and C1 levels of the CFR. They are required to have such levels of English language proficiency if they want to become the English language teachers in Vietnam. Okay, so 5% in 2011, and now in 2023, the number is 84%, around 84%, the whole country. As you know, the number of English language teachers in general education in Vietnam is about 65,000 teachers across the country. So you can see here a lot of work has been done to improve the proficiency, the knowledge of the subjects with the English teachers. And also, you can, with the new curriculum, we focus on developing the competences of the learner. So you can see a lot of training have been implemented because the teaching methods changed, assessment and testing changed to reach the ultimate goal of developing the competences of the learners as compared to the old curriculum, which the focus was almost on developing the knowledge of the learners, okay? So, but however, in 2023, almost all the Vietnamese language teachers and the English language teachers of Vietnam have been trained to equip themselves with new teaching techniques, assessment, literacy, and other skills as well to deliver the new curriculum. Okay? So in more detail, a little bit more detail, I will share with you about the reforms in literacy education in Vietnam. And I focus on the three major reforms relating developing the competences of the learners, and regarding assessment and testing, we change from summative assessment into formative assessment. That's a new reform as well. And another reform is about the teacher's competency. The teachers need to train, to transform a lot to implement the new curriculum. Okay, let me share with you more about this with the English language subject, because with the Vietnamese language subjects, the issue is the same, but more effort we had to place on the English language subject. Okay, so here for competences. In order to, with the English language subjects, we applied the CEFR as a framework to apply it in developing the programs to set the standards and certifications of the English language proficiencies of the people in Vietnam, and also for self-study. And what did we do with this framework? We try to adapt the CFR to localize it, to make it CFR-VN. And we claimed that the CFR-VN corresponds or in line with the CFR. And also there are descriptions added into the CFR to make it localized to the context of Vietnam. And we did have a group of experts from not only in Vietnam but other countries as well, helping us in developing the CEFR for Vietnam. And it took almost 2 years and more before 2014. That's the year when the ministry issued the CEFR-VN officially. Okay, that's what I mentioned already. Yeah, relating assessment and testing is another reform. That is in Vietnam and in some other countries in Asia as well. Examination and testing is very important, right? But with the new curriculum, we focus on formative assessment rather than summative assessment, even though examination and testing still play important role in assessment in general, right? And so for formative assessment, for the literacy education, Vietnamese language subject or English language subjects, the government, the Ministry of Education and Training issued 2 guidelines, the same for the two subjects, for primary education and secondary education. And specifically for English language subject, we invited the Cambridge English experts to develop 2 sets of guidelines and manuals for the English language teachers in Vietnam, so that they can apply formative assessment into teaching English from grade 3 to grade 12, as compulsory subject in the general education. Okay, so these are the products that we have. Just samples only. You can see 3 sets of guidelines. Okay, for primary education, lower secondary education, and upper secondary education. 3 sets of guidelines and 10 sets of manuals for each level, each grade, from grade 3 to grade 12. A little bit more details about the guidelines and manuals. The guidelines and manual were developed in English language and B2, B1 levels only. A simple language for the English language teachers to find them not typical to understand, as they should be very practical, hands-on. Yes, the guidelines cover the general terms and knowledge of formative assessment and the procedures in general. As you can see here, the concepts of formative assessment, how to plan formative assessment, how to build growth mindsets in the learners relating formative assessment, and reflective practice, and also other further readings for the teachers. So not much information in here, but enough and very practical for the teachers to understand. Okay, and about the manuals, 10 sets of manuals from grade 1 to grade 12, Okay, the manuals cover the terms in more details with examples, illustrations, and also focus on the syllabus of each grades of the English language subjects and with the samples from the textbooks that the teachers are using, so that they know how to apply formative assessment when they are developing lesson planning, for example, or when they deliver the lessons in their own teaching context. Okay. And right now, the manuals and guidelines are being translated into Vietnamese as well, because even though the language is in B1 English level of CEFR, but the teachers still find the terms rather difficult to understand, and also the instructions still complicated for them to follow. So we are developing bilingual materials for them with the 3 guidelines and manuals. So I would like to share with you about the case of Vietnam. One very important activity is to promote formative assessment across the country in English language subjects. Okay. And relating to the teachers, okay, the teachers play the most important role in our implementation of the new national curriculum in general education. And the teachers, if the teachers are reluctant to change, it is very difficult for us to apply new teaching techniques as well as new assessment techniques as well, you see. So the teachers, in here we set the standards for the teachers to follow. Here the general standards cover all the standards that all the teachers in Vietnam have to follow in general. And the same to the Vietnamese language subject teachers and the English language teachers. As for the English language teachers, we had another set of standards and competences. That is the EDCF developed by the Vietnamese experts and also American experts, supported by the regional English language office in Vietnam, the U.S. Embassy in Vietnam. And the EDCF for the English language teachers in Vietnam covers the 5 domains. You can see here the knowledge of the language and curriculum, the knowledge of teaching, knowledge of learners, professional attitudes and values in language teaching, and the practice and context of language teachings. So the teachers need to be trained to cover so that they can develop the competences, so that they can independently deliver the English language lessons in the classes. So what did we do to help the teachers? They have to change from the old way of teaching English, normally applies the grammar translation approach, and now with the new curriculum, that's the CLT approach. And also from summative assessment into formative assessment. In the past, they used exams a lot, mini tests, a lot of mini tests, midterm tests, end of term tests, all types of tests. And now we change to formative assessment. So how can the teachers apply the new teaching techniques into teaching the language? So we did a lot of trainings in 2011 up to now. And with the support of the British Council experts in Vietnam, we developed the training manuals for training the master trainers. They are the university teachers. And the master trainers train the key teachers from the schools. And the schools and the key teachers train the teachers. That's in general, and for the Vietnamese language subjects, and at the beginning for the English language subject teachers. But later on, after 3 years of implementation, we find that the key teachers of the school cannot train the school teachers, other school teachers. So the master trainers had to do all the trainings. Okay, and we deliver the trainings in hybrid mode, online and offline, face-to-face. The online with the knowledge, the contents, and the offline contents with the micro-teaching and the real demonstration of the techniques in the real classes with the observations from the master trainers. So the master trainer went to many schools in the provinces, in the remote areas, in the mountainous areas, to observe the real classes of applying the new techniques of teaching of the school teachers. And we apply the delivery mode thanks to the experts and the experiences of the British Council experts in Vietnam. Yes, they did a lot of teacher training in Vietnam, and we learned this model from them. Okay. And the training contents, so what are the training contents? We developed the digital-based online training using the RMS system in 3 big universities of teacher education in Vietnam. Okay. And right now, almost about more than 15 training modules covering from English language proficiency into teaching methodology, assessment and testing, literacy, and other aspects as well. Relating the teachers, teaching techniques, we focus on the application of differentiated instruction into teaching English in Vietnam. We want to focus on individual learners. And with the support of artificial intelligence, AI, we can do it now. And also the experts from the USA, with the regional English Relo office in Vietnam, they sent experts to help us in developing the digital contents of the module, so that all the English language teachers in Vietnam can self-study the contents online. Okay. And for assessment and testing, you can see the formative assessment guidelines and manuals that we collaborated with the Cambridge guys. Okay. And for the English language proficiency, the teachers across Vietnam claimed that for the low levels of education from grade 1 to grade 5, for example, they are not using the language of the B2 or C1 levels of English proficiency of CFR. So they don't want to learn to improve their own English proficiency. So we had to develop the new modules for them from level A1 to C1 of the CFR proficiency, and with the focus on the textbook, the knowledge, the English language delivered in the textbooks, in the English language curriculum, and also the language used in the classroom, and the very basic terms of the subject of the English language teaching. And so we have the course we call English for English language teachers, okay, a 5 level from A1 to C1 for the learners to learn. Okay. And for technology, ICT application into teaching English is also another focus of the training. And recently we are adding another content
Excuse me, Ms.
module.
Hu. Sorry to remind you that you still have 1 more minute to...
1 more minute. Okay, thank you. Is to apply AI into teaching English as a focus of ICT. And also we have media and information literacy training modules for the teachers as well. Okay. And that's some of the results of training from 2011 up to now, relating the English language proficiency of the English language teachers, and also here for the teaching competences of the teachers. And a lot of work has been implemented so that we can implement the new national curriculum for general education and in general, and literacy education in particular, with the Vietnamese language subject and English language subject that you can see I just said with you. And in order to, that we can do that, we have the support of the government and the central party, the directions of the government and of the central party as the action plan of the government. And also we have the support from the leaders of MOS and other ministries in Vietnam, and the provincial governments, local governments as well. And also we have the commitment from the experts and university teachers and the school teachers across the country, about 100,000 of them. Okay. And I would like to stress the support of the international organizations as well. They are the British Council, the Cambridge University, the Regional English Language of the US Embassy in Vietnam, and other organizations from Australia, from New Zealand, and Singapore as well. Yes. And and they're experts from other countries and different countries, not only from English-speaking countries, but the countries for other languages. Okay, and so I would like to just the end of my presentation today to share with you about a case in Vietnam. I hope that the information that I shared with you today, to some extent, or perhaps to all of you, the teachers in here, and also the educators here in this conference ballroom today. Thank you very much. Okay.
Well, it's a very interesting topic delivered by Dr. Nguyen. I would like to underline some for the participants to prepare the questions. So Vietnam has done the reformations in education since 2013. And the reformation is focusing on the learner's ability to apply knowledge into practices, okay? And the specifications is also on the learning of literacy, numeracy, and also the language. And one important thing is that Vietnam has also implemented the CFR, so Common European Framework of References, especially for languages. Okay, give a big applause to our presenter, Dr. Nguyen Hugh. I would like to remind again to all participants to jot down the questions which will be asked later after all presentations finished. Now let's invite and welcome the second presenter, Associate Professor Chila, let me see my notes, Chila Weniger, yeah, from National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Time's yours, Ms. Chila.
Thank you. Okay, that's me. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. How are you doing? This has been a long day, okay? So hang in there. There's 2 more presentations, okay? And then hopefully we can mix and mingle a little bit at the dinner as well. So my title says Bridging the Homeschool Divide. So I want to start by talking a little bit about what this divide is. You know, what am I talking about? Go back. Okay. So this notion that for many children there is a big difference between the culture and literacy practices of their home and what they encounter at school has been around for decades. Scholars have been raising this point literally since at least the 1970s or 80s. And scholars have also argued that it is very important for us to bridge this divide basically by understanding and learning about children's home culture and children's home literacy practices and treating them as a resource in our classrooms. So in my talk today, I want to take a look at how we might go about this when it comes to digital literacy, because actually a similar divide has been argued to exist when it comes to digital literacies, okay? But first, to illustrate this divide, I want to show you an example from a recent study that I conducted. And I'm going to bring you the example of Rachel. And Rachel is a secondary school student in Singapore, and she was one of our participants. The project was focused not directly on digital literacies, but on literacies and students' kind of emotions and investments in literacy. And in the interviews, Rachel often talked about writing, okay? But she talked about writing very differently depending on whether she was writing or talking about her writing in class or writing for leisure. Okay, so I just want to bring you 2 sort of compound excerpts. So these are not word for word what Rachel said, but I kind of put it together in the interest of time so that we understand what Rachel has to say. Now, I could have read this to you, but in the name of digital literacy, I actually went to 11 Labs. I don't know if you know that tool. It's a very cool tool. It's a text-to-voice audio tool. And so basically, Rachel's going to speak to us here. except it's in a generic American accent. I apologize. The tool does not have a good variety of accents. So Rachel does not sound like this, okay? This is also not Rachel. Obviously, I can't use her real image in a, because she was a research participant. Okay, enough of a preamble. This is Rachel talking about her school, writing in school.
One of the most frustrating parts about creative writing was how restricted it felt. Teachers would say, you can't write about ghosts, or they want everything to follow this rigid structure.
It's like they're more focused on how to earn marks than allowing us to be creative. That frustrates me. I want to be able to interpret prompts my own way. But in school, there's no room for that kind of freedom.
Okay, then
In school, writing has always been a bit of a role.
Okay, let's listen to Rachel talking about writing outside of school.
I love creative writing outside of school because it gives me the freedom to explore my ideas without restrictions. When I struggle with endings or feel like my writing isn't good enough, I turn to Pinterest for inspiration. I follow quotes from authors about how many drafts it takes to get it right, which motivates me to keep going, even when my first drafts feel horrible. Pinterest helps me stay encouraged and reminds me that writing is a process that takes time and effort.
Okay, so I don't have time to go into analysis of the differences, but I think you get the point, right? To me, what stands out really as a difference is the agency, or lack thereof, right? That Rachel feels in relation to writing in school and writing in sort of in her leisure time.
I love creative writing outside.
Just can't get enough of Rachel. Okay, so today what I'm going to argue is not that we just take wholesale what the children do or students do outside of class and just kind of plunk it into the classroom. That's actually not a good idea, okay? Why? Because home and school are very different social domains and children know it, okay? They come with different identities, different values, different practices, different individuals, different relationships, okay? So we have to be very sensitive to not sort of just try and map one onto the other. But what I am going to argue is that we need to understand how young people use technology outside of school and think about ways that we can meaningfully harness that understanding as a resource in the classroom. At this point, I also want to clarify what I mean by digital literacy. And we heard multiple definitions of literacy today. And this is a definition that I really like about digital literacy, which is basically communicating, relating, thinking, and being associated with digital media. Now, for some of you, this may be like, what kind of a definition is that, right? It has nothing to do with language, or it's not much to do with it, but I like it. You know why? Because it really emphasizes action. Okay? We don't do language for language's sake, okay? We don't do meaning making for meaning making's sake. We do it to do something, okay? And so this kind of practice approach is really captured in this definition. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, in the remainder of the time, I first do want to touch on what we have learned in the past 25 years from research on what it's like to be online. Okay, so I'm going to show you a few kind of concepts to anchor our understanding about that. And then in a second part, I want to suggest a few practical examples, okay, of how we can utilize that knowledge in our foreign language classrooms. Okay, so what defines being in digital spaces? Affinity. Do you know the word affinity in English? What it means? Affinity. It's when you like something, when you relate to something, right? When you feel connected to something. And already 25 years ago, the scholar called James G. described being online as principally being about affinity spaces, okay? And James G. actually worked on video games, all right? And he studied video games to understand what kind of activities do these kids engage in, and what kind of learning takes place inside video games. And guess what? He found there's tons and tons of learning happening in video games, okay? For example, he mentioned they're learning technical skills, they're learning to collaborate, they're retaining a lot of information also. And also they're learning to design and to think in terms of design and system, okay, not just the narrow tasks that we often give them in language lessons, right? So again, the point is that when people come together online, actually not just young people, anybody, it's usually because they share a set of interests and goals and associated activities around these. The second concept I want to review is participation, and this actually is even older than affinity, okay? It comes from Henry Jenkins's work studying television fan cultures in the 1980s, okay? So this is old stuff. But when the internet came around, Jenkins argued, wait a minute, the same thing's happening online. Okay, people come together, they encourage expression. These are some of the tenets of what Jenkins called participatory culture. There's strong support among the members to share and create. The more knowledgeable people often mentor the novice learners or novice members, and there's a strong sense of connection, of community among people. Okay, so participation. Let's think about participation and how that may apply to our language classrooms. Okay, this is kind of a new one, and this is kind of a very scholarly term, affect. It has to do with feelings, okay, emotions, affect. And often affect versus emotions means that we also focus on how much of this is also embodied, okay, how you feel it. Remember when you go online, you scroll through your Instagram or TikTok, and you laugh and you feel it, right? That's what we're talking about, okay? Being online is not about, for the most part, for most young people, it's not a rational undertaking, okay? I mean, some people do that as well, but a lot of times it's fun, it's engaged, it's emotionally invested, all right? So again, affect is a very, very important point we need to remember about what digital life online is. And of course, meaning making, and this is where we get to the literacy part a bit more. And I want to just state a few very obvious points about meaning making. And remember, my general argument here is, what's meaning making like online, okay? And then how do we do this in a classroom? Well, first and very obviously, meaning making is multimodal and interactive online, right? And you can think of all the technological examples and affordances that make it happen, right? It's all about interactivity. Second, it's also important that when we discuss digital literacies, we move away from a focus on text, okay, which is hard for English teachers. I'm sorry, I'm an English teacher. It's hard for language teachers, yeah, because text has always been kind of the bread and butter of our work, right? And we understand text as part of digital practices. And again, practice really, all it does, it emphasizes that we do things through language and other semiotic modes, okay? Puts the emphasis on accomplishing social goals through meaning making. And third, and I think some of my colleagues have mentioned this already, we really need to have a more agentive view, okay, of meaning making and of students, okay, rather than just sort of passive creators. And of course, AI is kind of challenging that, but let me not get that. I don't have time in my talk. Maybe we can get to that in the discussion, how AI is challenging the whole notion of agency. Now, digital technology and participatory culture have also called for new types of literacy skills, okay, among them play, experimentation, performance, when we adopt alternative identities or voices or accents, right, as a form of discovery. Appropriation, right, we take samples, we remix, and we create something new. And if you look at these examples, you really see, and you're like, okay, how does this work in a classroom? You see the clash of cultures here, okay? Why? Because these types of skills, something like appropriation, okay, is based on creative reuse of someone else's material. Do we historically allow this in the classroom? No, okay? Classroom is what? What's in your head and what comes out of your head as an individual, okay? So this is what I mean by culture clash, and how do we do a bit of mapping nevertheless, or despite the culture clash. And finally, I get to technology, and of course there's tons and tons to be said about technology, but I'm going to point out a few things. First, inequalities. I'm I consider myself a critical scholar, so whenever you hear me talk, there's going to be some critical stuff in it, even in relation to technology. So inequalities have continued to exist. In fact, they have become layered along with digital technologies. They become more complicated. It's no longer just about who has access to the internet and who does not, which was the question we were asking 25 years ago. Okay, the questions have become much more complicated. You know, what kinds of digital spaces do different demographic groups have access to, and what kinds of skills are they able to learn, and how does that impact their life outcomes? Second, technologies are not neutral. There's actually a line of very, very exciting scholarship questioning just that, okay, looking into how technologies, even something like educational technology, which a lot of us like, oh, it's just PowerPoint, right? It's a tool. There's articles about how PowerPoint has sort of values embedded in it. I can recommend that you read those. And of course, yeah, AI. What all of that brings us is another question. How am I doing on time? No? How much time? I just really want to be on time. Okay, awesome. I think I can finish.
Yeah, 10 more minutes, I think.
Okay, and I have a 5-minute discretionary addition, right, if I need it. Okay, sorry, I'm going a bit fast, but hopefully you're still with me. So what I have done so far is this. I have defined digital literacy as a social practice that is us communicating, relating, thinking, and being associated with digital media. Then I looked at what characterizes, you know, young people's engagement. And again, I emphasize young people because that's our students, but actually it's not necessarily unique to young people. You know, what is it like to be online in digital spaces? And I think what I have just shared with you in the past 10 minutes can be grouped under 3 things, right? Which is, it's really about relationships, right? What I mentioned about affect, affinity is really, it emphasizes how when we go online, we engage in relationship building. And obviously, we do relationships via meaning making, okay? So meaning making comes into this. And finally, technology, which is never seen as a neutral tool, okay, but is rather sort of implicated in this whole process. So in the remaining about 10 minutes, I'm going to give you a few kind of suggestions, all right, as to what this all means for our classroom practice as language teachers. So I'm going to talk about those 3 things. Okay, so first, you know, affinity, right? Can we view our language classrooms as an affinity space, or is that too much of a stretch? Okay, can we create a classroom culture, if you like, where we come together through shared interests, goals, and activities, you know? And you may be wondering, well, how's that possible? The students have to be there. They don't choose to be there. But I think there's something in between, right? When we can create community where everybody understands that we're working towards something shared, or even better, they have a stake and a say in setting the goals for the class. Now, I want to say that this doesn't just mean what I call pedagogizing students' leisure-based affinity spaces, okay? Again, I emphasize, do not just plop some TikTok videos in the classroom and expect that that's going to work miracles, okay? The students will have a good laugh, but that's about it, okay? So it might help you gain a few points, but not, you know, that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about building culture and building community. Also, we should not do this by throwing in some digital technology, which also sometimes happens, right? And this comes from an understanding of technology as a tool rather than an integrated part of literacy practice or digital literacy practice. So how do we do that? I think this is very context dependent, but in general it entails a reconsideration of classroom roles and relationships. You know, this could involve acknowledging and encouraging students' effective engagement and expertise in the classroom. Remember Rachel, the example I showed you earlier, and her sentiments about writing? The real problem is not that she feels that way, okay? The real problem is that the teacher has no idea that she feels that way, and Rachel feels completely helpless, okay, because of that. So that's what we should not allow to happen, okay? That should not happen. and does not require much except the teacher who is attuned to the needs and to the sort of interests and likes of their students. Okay. So I'm going to show you one quick practical example, which is something I've created, which we can call a digital social space. Okay. So this works really well in schools. At uni, it's a bit more difficult because we only see the students like once a week for 12 weeks. So it's a bit harder to create community, but in schools, if you have them for a whole year, please do this, okay? I created this using Padlet, and you can see how they come in. You can create multiply interlinked boards for different purposes, okay? So you have like this nice class community where children can, or students can create avatars. You can pitch this at the different levels of that they're at, okay? And again, the content is up to you, but this is one way I think that works really well to build community. It's just one of the sub-questions, sub-boards that you can create. Now notice how the use of technology here is entirely driven by a larger social purpose, right? To get to know each other, to create community. And also notice how meaning making here is multimodal, okay? It has tons of language, but it also has other things, and it's about identity expression. Okay, meaning making, what can we do? What forms of meaning making are suitable for digital literacy sort of development in the language classroom? I think digital multimodal composing is very productive. I think Prof. Mackenzie mentioned that before. And again, sometimes when we think about digital multimodal composing, I think teachers are like, oh no, I have to do video. And that's a misconception. DMC does not have to be video. Look at all the other examples, okay? It can be digital posters, graphs, charts, a digital portfolio of student work, non-conventional genres, et cetera, et cetera. So again, it's a bit up to your creativity and willingness or our creativity and willingness to do this, right? So here's another example of how to incorporate DMC, which builds on students' interests and identity and makes it relevant to the foreign language classroom. Now, I don't know about Indonesia, where I live, every single student plays video games. Is that similar here? Yeah, I mean, even you probably play video games. Everybody under the age of 40 plays video games, right? So, you know, it's something that they're immersed in, that they have tons and tons of knowledge of. So why don't we do something with that knowledge? Why don't we build a project around that, okay? So idea here, and I just call this everything about my favorite game, right? Again, the opportunity, the options are there, right? Creating bilingual, multilingual glossaries that are unique to their favorite game. Working with their avatars or the multiple characters that they play in the video games, right? And creating a gallery around them. Describing gameplay. Again, if they're not at the proficiency level, supplemented with tons of screenshots from the game that they play. Again, the point I want to emphasize is notice how they're using technology, they're using the target language, okay, but they're doing something with it, okay? They're accomplishing something that's larger than just writing a text. This is an example from my own classroom where, so this is university students, where we were covering the topic of cyberbullying in my digital literacy class. And then one of the things that they did was posters for schools that they could actually use in schools. Again, so it can really be tailored to your own context and your own needs. Okay, finally, technology. Now, a lot of teachers think of technology as a tool, and I really want us to challenge that notion. Especially when it comes to technology, I think we really need to take a critical look at technology, okay? Not all the time. Technology is also incredibly fun. We don't want to kill the joy of digital life, okay? But we also do need to, I think, foster a healthy critical attitude in our students. So I'm going to give you one example in closing. Again, this is perhaps more appropriate for the higher levels, like high school, secondary school, university level, and it concerns visual bias in AI images, which of course is extremely topical and important. But again, you know, the pedagogy has to be there, right? So we can't just like tell them, hey, go explore DALL-E and report back about the visual bias. This needs to be scaffolded. Okay, what does it need? Students need to understand what stereotypes are and how they work. This is where I think it's a bit of a more proficient level, right? But it's totally doable for high schoolers. they also need to understand a little bit about AI, or at least machine learning. You know, how do those machines get trained? There's so many reports in all kinds of languages about AI bias, right, in visually generated, in visual images, visuals. So you can also reach for those. This is just one example from the Washington Post from earlier this year that ran a whole report on this. And the prompt here was, I think, what was it? Give me attractive people. And of course, everybody was fair-skinned and young, okay? So this is what we mean by visual bias. So then after you have built up a sort of an understanding of the basic concepts or what is visual bias, then you can ask them to go and explore the tool. Okay, you can go and there are many of these freely available, so access should not be a problem. Again, you need to scaffold it, depending on how good your students are with prompting, for example. And again, these models take multiple languages at this point, so it's not just applicable to English. You might want to talk about writing prompt a particular way, a prompt, right? And then they might, you know, you can build this up to a full, I would say, definitely a whole project. So the example you see here is me asking DALL-E to give me a photo of a face of a professor. And I did this last week. I was hoping for something a bit better, and it's still showing up a white male, basically. So I was a little bit disappointed in DALL-E, to be honest with you. Again, notice how technology and meaning-making here serve a social purpose and are driven by inquiry or a real question. Okay, to conclude, I started this talk by arguing that there is a divide, and I promised you that there are ways to bridge it, or at least to mitigate the divide. And this, I want to say, entails learning about what our students do online, outside of school, and bringing it into conversation with our foreign language classroom goals, culture, and meaning-making practices. Notice, bring it into conversation with, right? Not bring it into the classroom, right? So there's a very important nuance there. Do not just dump things into the classroom. That's not a sustainable goal. So ultimately, fostering literacy is about providing students with opportunities to accomplish social goals through language and multimodal means. And fostering digital literacy works the exact same way, but in a technologically mediated digital context. And a lot hinges on us, language teachers, to create classroom communities that are conducive to engaging, relevant, and forward-looking literacy development. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. It's also such an interesting presentations from Ms. Chila. I only can, highlight one good sentence, yeah, from the slide which has been shown by Ms. Chila, which I think can inspire all the participants to ask the questions. The sentence is, do not start with technology, but start with social. Yeah. Okay, so give a big applause again to Ms. Chila. Okay, now let's invite and welcome the last presenters. Yeah. So we have two presenters, yeah, main presenter and co-presenters today for the last sessions of this plenary 3. Let's welcome, let me see my note. Let's welcome Ibu Novitri Darmayanti and Nur Asri Novitasari to begin these presentations.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. So I will walk around. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you still have energy. We are the last, but definitely not the least for today. And after hearing interesting presentation, I will invite all the participants to move a little, yeah. I will ask you a few questions, and if the answer yes, please stand up. But if your answer no, please sit down. And for those who are online, join online. If your answer yes, please turn on your camera, and if your answer no, please turn off your camera. Okay, I will ask you few questions. You don't need to answer with yes or no. You just, if the answer yes, okay. If the answer no, okay, good. Okay. Okay, and for the online, don't forget, turn on your camera if your answer yes, and turn off your camera if your answer no. Okay, so the first question, yeah. The first question is two questions, yeah. So, have you been in Lombok before, or are you from Lombok? Have you been in Lombok before, or are you from Lombok? Oh, many. Oh, many here. Okay, thank you. You may sit. Okay, the next question. Have you eaten rice today? Rice. Okay, wow, okay, thank you. People like rice, yeah, especially in Indonesia. And was your trip to Lombok or to this hotel longer than 3 hours? Longer than 3 hours? To Lombok, from your country or from your city or from your house? Okay, thank you so much. You may sit. So, the last question. Okay. Did you bring your own tumbler to this event? Oh, nice. So, because we want to, yay. So our theme today is sustainability. Yeah, we want to share our program, our event from Goethe Institute. And okay, thank you. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay. So thank you so much to participate the ice breaking. Yeah. Now let's dive to our sustainability program. Yeah. Wait. So hello, my name is Novitri Darmayanti and my colleague Rasti. Yeah, we are from Goethe Institute Indonesia from PASH project, initiative school partner for the future, and yeah. Wait. So, okay. Maybe you are wonder what is sampasador, what does it mean, yeah? So sampasador is a combination of two words, sampah and ambassador, yeah? And sampah actually means in bahasa Indonesia is trash, yeah? What? Okay, so this is our previous program, and I will explain more about the Sampasador, but before, we want to inform you about Goethe Institute Indonesia, yeah. So there is 2 Goethe Institute Indonesia in Jakarta and in Bandung, and 1 German Center in Surabaya. And we offer not only German language or exams, yeah. We also offer seminar and workshop, especially in German and Germany, yeah. And we offer also scholarship for teachers and also students to learn German in Germany. So if you are a German teacher here, don't forget this month that will be new scholarship to Germany, yeah. Please open our website and please see the regulation and the rules, okay? Okay, now we also offer culture, yeah. You can see many films, many music, and we also have libraries in 3 cities that I mentioned earlier. And if you are maybe live in Lombok but you want to know about books or movie, yeah, you can also download the apps, because we also have online, the online library, yeah, that also in iOS and also for Android. Okay. Now I want to inform about PASH, yeah. PASH or School Partner for the Future, launched in 2008 by Frank-Walter Steinmeier, the previous Foreign Minister of Republic Federal Germany, and now he's the President of Republic Federal Germany. There is a lot of school worldwide connect, and in Indonesian we have 29 schools. And this year we met the student camp Sampasador, yeah, attended 58 of students and 6 teachers in Yogyakarta. And why Sampasador, yeah? Why we met this one, Sampasador? So, okay. So, in planning this event, we ask ourselves, yeah, what are the main environmental issues in Indonesia, and what challenges do Indonesians face every day regarding the environment, and how we solve this problem. So that's why we realized that our consume is a lot, and naturally we produce also a lot of trash. And so we created the idea of Sampasador, yeah, the ambassador who turn trash to positive, something positive, and how they to solve the problem, yeah. So, okay. And what we want to achieve with this event, with this program. So we aim to encourage the student to adopt the 3 R's, yeah. I think all of us know 3 R's. Reduce, yeah. Reduce, use, and recycle. So we want that we reduce our consumption behavior, and we reduce what we already have, and also recycle. Okay. And we want to build the consumption behavior, yeah. So the ambassador can also become their ambassador to their communities for the school and so on, yeah. And during the program, the student not only learn about the sustainability but also German language, and also circular economy, consume behavior, and the preventive to environmental issue. Okay. And why learn German through this theme? Yeah. The concept of CLIL, I think all of us know, yeah, content learning integrated, content language integrated learning. So through this CLIL principle, students learn not only German, not only the foreign language, but also the other subject. In this case is sustainability. Say, okay, and this method helps students also engage in natural and meaningful language use and making the experience both rewarding and highly motivating. And beside them, Germany is offer example of waste management and also many projects and lead also renewable energy that the student can also learn. So, at Goethe Institute, our focus, our core focus is in sustainability, yeah. Also, our programs and our activity must be sustainability, and this is some of our. Okay, this is some of our event, ya. UMI, Universum, Mention on Intelligence, ya. So this exhibition is now in Surabaya. So if you live in Surabaya or you plan to go to Surabaya, please visit this exhibition. And we ship this exhibition from Germany to many countries, and now is in Indonesia, in Surabaya, to reduce the carbon. The other event is Kinder Universität. That one is for teacher or for parents, and it not only in German but also in English and Bahasa Indonesia. So if you are teachers, you can teach your student using this one, or if you are parent want to teach sustainability, you can use these apps. Okay. So, what we plan next for Sampasador? So, to implement what they got during the camp, yeah, we make some competition, yeah, for the student. So, the student will make some project IDs with a pitch video. And since we make it sustainability is continuous every year, and we open to collaborate with school, with teacher, or all participants here to join our event, yeah. So if you want to, your school want to know, or maybe is really in this team, in sustainability, so please inform us, yeah. You can send us the email to partnerschule-indonesian@goethe.int. .de ya. Okay, so now my colleague will inform more about the publication about this event and also how to do the collaboration.
Okay. Thank you, Novi. Okay, now I will continue the presentation, but I'm focusing about the publication and also documentation of the students camp of Sampasador. Yeah, for this event, so we make a collaboration or we collaborate with the three key speaker. The first one is the sustainability influencer from Germany. He is Benedict Wermter, or as known as Bule Sampah. So you can see his performance at his Instagram. Oh, this is the Benedict Bule Sampah with the students of Paschools. And the second one is the Monument Anthropocene. Monument Anthropocene is actually the where the student camps takes place, and this is located in Bawuran village in Yogyakarta. This Monument Anthropocene funded from German for German government, and also the Goethe Institute involved for the preparation. So what is the special about the Monument Anthropocene? So the construction from the Monument Anthropocene is built from the plastic waste bricks. Yeah. Okay, and the third is the NGO, international NGO Save the Children Indonesia. So we invited two child campaigner to share and give the tips and tricks how to make a sustainability proposal and do in their community, especially in their school. Yeah. So for the publication, we use our website. And the important things, the social media. So as Novi said, our key participants is the students, the alpha generation. So they have a lot of time to scroll the Instagram. That's why we decided to make publication on Instagram and also YouTube for the documentation. Oh, for the Instagram, beside the publication, we also make the documentation. That is the collaboration with the Benedict or Bule Sampah. So after we make this collaboration post, we gain the number of followers. So not only the Instagram from Goethe Institute Indonesian, but also the Instagram from Bule Sampah. Yeah, that is the one post, the example. The other one, that is the Monument Anthropocene. Yeah, and this event is also published in 8 online newspapers. So before the events, we prepare the press release and we share this press release to the newspaper, local newspaper and also international newspaper. Yeah, that is the one example from the online newspaper. Yeah, for the next slide, that's it, the comments about the Shula Camp Sampasador or Students Camp Sampasador. The first one is from Benedict Wermter, and the second one from Ulrike Drisner, our Director of Language Program from Goethe Institute. And the third one, that is from Ina Lepel, the German Ambassador
for Indonesia, ASEAN, and also Timor-Leste. The inner level come to our student camps from the main event. So she make also the we make a cleaning action in beach, and in Aleppo also join us. Yeah, and the last one, this is the comments or review from our students, our participants from SMA Colegio de Brito. Yeah, so before we finish our presentation, let me show you the videos from our events, the Schuler camps or student camps, Sampasador. Bisa dari situ. Novi, tolong diklik. Yeah. Please enjoy our videos. So we have technical problem here. Review you can also hear from this video. The review from the German ambassador, our director, from
Zunächst einmal freue ich mich, hier so viele junge und engagierte und begeisterte Menschen zu erleben. Ich hoffe, dass Sie diese Begeisterung mitnehmen.
Ich finde das Schülercamp fantastisch. Ich bin beeindruckt von den Schülerinnen und Schülern, wie sie mitmachen, wie sie aktiv sind. Und ich hoffe sehr, dass wir, auch wenn sie zurück sind in der Schule, wirklich einen Unterschied machen können.
Okay, das ist meine erste Erfahrung als Begleitlehrkraft. Ich finde alle Aktivitäten hier im Schulcamp sehr interessant.
Also für mich selbst, also die große Herausforderung ist, wie ein gutes Vorbild werden.
Sehe ich, dass es eine ganz komplexe Herangehensweise, eine ganz verschiedene Herangehensweise an das Thema gibt. Auf einer Seite gibt es ganz viele Initiativen, Organisationen und auch selbst von vom Umweltamt.
Ich finde, das ist eine extrem wichtige Initiative, weil wir Aufmerksamkeit und Sichtbarkeit für das Thema Umwelt und speziell auch für das Thema Müll erzeugen müssen.
Kepada anak-anak muda, kami dari Save the Children Indonesia memberikan pesan bahwa plastik itu bukan sampah, tapi sebuah material yang bisa didaur ulang.
excuse me, Bu Nur.
Pengalaman yang paling
We still
menyenangkan
have,
bagi saya dalam Sugar Camp ini
5
adalah
minutes
bisa bertemu
for
dengan banyak
question and
teman-teman saya
suggestions.
dari Sabang
So,
sampai Merauke dan juga tentunya
I think we
mendapatkan
can,
ilmu baru tentang
make
pengolahan
this, play
sampah,
this
cara
faster.
mengelola sampah dan juga tentunya prinsip 3R.
Level bahasa Jerman dari kami itu berbeda-beda. Namun apa yang terjadi di Sugar Camp ini bahwa walaupun terjadi perbedaan tersebut dan juga walaupun narasumber-narasumber yang ada yang berasal dari Jerman juga, kami tetap dapat mengerti tentang materi yang ada.
Gratuliere der jungen Generation zur Auszeichnung als Ambassador und ich hoffe, wenn Sie an Ihre Schulen zurückgehen und in Ihre Familien, werden Sie wirklich als Botschafter der Nachhaltigkeit Ihren Freunden erklären, wie man Müll vermeidet, wie man Dinge nochmal benutzt und werden auch das Netzwerk nutzen, das Sie in diesem Camp erlebt haben mit PASH, Schulenpartner der Zukunft. Die Idee ist auch, ein Netzwerk zu haben und Dinge zusammen zu machen.
Ambassador. 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 Ambassador.
Ambassador. Ambassador. Ambassador.
Yeah, this is the end of our presentation. It was a pleasure being here today. Thank you for your great audience, and then vielen Dank, auf Wiedersehen.
Okay, thank you, Bu Nur. It's also an interesting presentations from Goethe Institute Indonesian, yeah, Jakarta. I just know that Sampassador is the blending from Indonesian word sampah and an English word ambassador. And this has offered a different and unique way of promoting literacy, because I have seen that the activities or the program in this institute is not only related to the sustainability in the community, but also promoting language learning and also English and German. Again, give a big applause to two last presenters of this plenary tree. Now we come to the question and answer sessions. I see in my time watch that we still have 2 minutes based on the schedules, but I think we can have maybe 2 questions from the participants in this ballroom, and 1 question from online participants. Okay. Can Rusdi help me to provide the mic to the participants, please? The ladies there, yeah, in the middle table, and then one man here, yeah, in the second line. That one, in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, please mention your name and what your questions and to whom the questions is.
Okay, thank you. So I have 2 questions actually. So before I told you questions, so I would like to introduce my name. I'm Ibu Ayu. I'm the teacher, English teacher from junior high school 6 in Mataram. So the first question is for Dr. Nguyen. Okay, a very good presentation and explanation about the national curriculum in your country in Vietnam. So I see there are many great programs about the teachers empowerment and also with the student program and also with the literacy. So my question is, for all great and good plan, is there any problem that your teachers and your students facing in applying and learning about the national curriculum there in Vietnam? And also about the literacy program, so how it is conducted. While in Indonesia we have literacy program, so we have 3 stages in doing that. Just the first is the habilitation, so we do free reading for 15 minutes every day, and then the second step is writing the content of the reading material, and the last is doing the presentation. So I really want to know, so how is the program of literacy conducted in your country? And the second question is for Professor Sila. It's about the digital literacy. So in my mind, I mean that digital literacy, it's mean that students are free to find out the material online. Is that right? Is there any worry about some negative impact that the student may get from this kind of activity? So how should you protect the students so they will have a very healthy digital literacy? Thank you.
Okay, the next is the man here in the front, round table, in the middle.
Thank you. Bismillah. We would like to introduce myself first. My name is Marzuki. I'm English teacher also from SMP 2 Mataram. I'm interested in about the institute, because every school they have a problem with waste. So I want to know how to make a collaboration between your institute with our school. That's all my question. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So now I think the committee, can you show us the questions from the online, please, so that we can read the questions and to whom the question is for. Okay, now I think it would be better for us to ask the presenter to respond to the questions from the on-site. The first question is from Ibu Ayu, yeah, one of the teacher in SMP 6 Mataram, yeah. The questions is asked to Dr. Nguyen. Please answer and respond the questions.
Thank you for your kind words and your questions. Regarding your questions, I'm talking about 3 ideas. So first, the problems that the learners and teachers are faced with when delivering the new curriculum of the kind of general education. The first problem is, of course, it is very difficult for the teachers to deliver the teaching techniques, to apply the teaching techniques that help the learners to develop their competences efficiently. Still, a lot of knowledge-based lessons still available. Okay, see, so the problem is the learners have to actually work to perform in order to develop their own competences. So that's the biggest problem in the whole country, not only literacy education, but all the other subjects as well. But we are trying our best to help the teachers and the learners in identifying and understanding the true natures of competences development of the learners, and also the teaching technique assessment and testing based on competences development theories. That is the first thing. And the second problem that we are faced with is about the teachers and the learners in the rural and mountainous areas of Vietnam, in the disadvantageous areas in Vietnam. Many problems, not only relating to the teaching techniques, but also teaching and assessment and testing, but also the equipment, facilities, the infrastructure as well. So, and also that the intrinsic motivation of the learners to learn. Yeah, that is the problem that in the difficult areas in Vietnam. Okay, and another question that you are talking about is about the procedures of delivering a lessons, right? In Vietnam, for example, in English language subject, we are trying to apply differentiated instruction and trying to make the teachers, the facilitator, a flipped classroom. Okay, so we will try our best to do the lesson planning so as that the learners have the most time in the classroom to practice, to use the languages, not only English language subjects, in English language subject, but also in Vietnamese language as well and other subjects. So instead of besides doing the traditional procedures of delivering the lessons, we also divide the classes, the learners, into different groups, and then they can select their own, they can develop their own objectives based on the overall objectives of the lessons of the day. Yes, and with that we're having a kind of slogan that we are not teaching a group of 40 or 50 learners, but we are teaching 40, 50 learners of a group. Thank you. And question number 3 that you are talking about is the here, right? The online questions.
Yeah, one more
about
question
teaching
from
maths and
online.
Science in which language? In Vietnam, we are teaching maths and science in Vietnamese. And we are promoting, encouraging the schools to teach English and maths and science in English as well, but not compulsory yet. And we also have a plan to develop, to make English a second language of instruction in the schools in Vietnam, but not just implemented, just a plan only. And still right now, English is a foreign language in Vietnam, not a second language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Give applause to Dr. Nguyen. I hope that the questions, the answers already fulfill the questions from Bu Ayu. And also, Dr. Nguyen has also answered questions from online. Yeah, from Juliet Paspasan from San Carlos Hague Elementary School. Okay, now the last question is from Bapak Marzuki, and the question is.
So I think there was a question about online, right, risks from the same speaker, right? You asked about, I think you asked the question directed at me. Okay, do you mind?
Yes,
I
please.
answer? Okay, because it's an important question. It was, if you remember, you know, can we let students just kind of go and explore the internet for various kinds of tasks, and what about risks of being online? And so just 3 points. One is, I think educating students about the harms of online content, you know, the risks, is not just the teacher's job. I think we need to also make sure that parents are involved in what the kids are doing, right? Teachers, we are already doing so much, right? We cannot be responsible for everything. So this is something that, of course, we can do things, but let's not push it onto the teachers, right? The kids spend most of the time on their devices outside of school, and we don't have access to the children at that time. So just the point that, you know, let's not put this burden entirely upon ourselves. The second one is, I think there's a big difference between age groups. So I think I would take a very different approach to primary kids than to, let's say, teenagers, okay? Simply also because they have differential access to digital devices, and they have, you know, in their leisure time, they engage with the internet and digital technology differently. So that's just an aside. And the third one is, yes, absolutely. Critical digital literacy would mean that we also include discussions of online risks and online harms into our lessons. I think that we do need to, first of all, know what they're doing to be able to do that, right? And this goes back to my points in the talk. If we don't know what the kids are doing online, anything that you say is a very adult perspective, okay? Based on media reports about the risks of being online. If you have teenagers under your care, you know that, you know, they live in a completely different world when it comes to online media. So again, get to know what they're doing, because only then can you start talking to them about these risks, right? And in terms of talking to them, this is very important. I've done projects with kids on this, and they are very sensitive to being told by adults about what they should do and what they should not do, okay? They simply tune off. You know, in Singapore, a lot of schools have had these assembly talks about cyberbullying, you know, digital security, and the kids listen for exactly 3 minutes, and then they tune out. All right? Because, well, first of all, you know, let's not go into the why, but one reason is because many of them feel that I know all this, why are you telling me this? Okay? Even if they don't know it, that's their attitude. Okay? Talk to any teenager. I know, don't talk to me about this. Of course I know it. Of course I know it. So keep that in mind. So when we embark on this task of having conversations with them, let's make it a conversation. And high schoolers are very capable of actually having conversations and talking to you about it. And it's not true that they know everything, by the way. Of course they don't. So, you know, it is a responsibility for us to do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chila. Okay, now we go to Goethe Institute to answer the last questions from Bapak Marzuki.
Thank you for the question, sir. How to collaborate with us? So if you mean join the Sampasador program, if you're interested in sustainability, you can become our judge for our upcoming competition. But if your school is one of a sustainability model school, we can also visit your school with all the Sampasador next year. But if you mean collaborate with Goethe Institute, so you have a German in your school, yeah. Maybe in public school it's not common, but in Java, some of school already, in middle school already German subject. And you can ask the 15 German teacher over there. There is also a German teacher here in Lombok, yeah. And we offer many seminars for the teacher. We can also send the teacher, the German teacher, to get seminar also in Germany. So we provide that one. So join, you have to provide the German lesson first, and we can provide all the things. So if you need also the material and the consultant about how to choose the books and so on, just inform us. We can give you the consultation for German. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give applause to the greatest presenters of these plenary 3 sessions today. We have done all our round, and I know that there must be lots of questions, yeah, for the presenters, but I think the times now is exceeding, yeah, the schedule, and so that let's close these sessions. And I would like to thank to all your participation today, and I hope you found the discussions enlightening. And if you have further questions, you can individually connect the questions to the presenters. And let's close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice and great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have the most tremendous applause from all of you for our event today and for our wonderful keynote speakers who have shared their insights and ideas and their expertise to all of us today. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Dr. Arafik, Dr. Nguyen, Associate Professor Chila, as well as Ms. Novi and Ms. Nurasri for the inspiring plenary session. And you may return to your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have just now concluded the poster presentations, we have finally arrived at the end of the first day of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. And for a quick reminder, we still have another day tomorrow, which will be filled with parallel session. And our registration for tomorrow will open at 8:30 o'clock in the morning. And we will be commencing with our parallel sessions and plenary sessions at 9 a.m. sharp.
Thank you very much once again for your kind attention for today and for staying with us until this very moment. We hope that today has been a fruitful day for you and that tomorrow we might see each other again in the event of the second day of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. Until then, I'm Talia Kaulan Sakila.
And I am Rusdi Bastian Ilham.
On behalf of the organizing committee, wishing you a nice time for the remaining of the day and see you on the next day of the 6th ICESS and the 15th ISOFOLL 2024. Thank you and goodbye for now.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.